16 port authorities. The government wants to build up a company that can have a connection with the government and with all Italian port authorities to have a really important net that can represent a really massive capacity of shipping and logistics system. We want to be, in the next 10 years, the first European nation in capacity of logistics system and shipping system in Europe. Today, redundancy is synonymous of resilience. We believe that port networks is capable to respond better to the increasing geopolitical instability. Finally, the words on the role of shipping and logistics both are performing very well today. Also, with the problems in the Red Sea, anyway, our ports are going to increase their capacity and the traffic of logistics system in Italy and for the Europe. We are confident that both will continue to lending sectors in the near future. As policymaker, it's our duty to accompany the sector by creating the best legal and economic environment. Let me touch about three main points priority to do so. First of all, we need to avoid regionalism. The future shipping and logistics need to a global vision. This is why the Italy is strongly advocating the European Commission to do not introduce rules and standards such as emission trading scheme, which risks to jeopardize the level playing field on a global scale. Second, we need to keep shipping and logistics at the edge of technologies, this is why we need to keep investing in a physical and digital infrastructure, covering emission gaps in transforming traditional corridors. Finally, the international cooperation. IMEC offers us an historical opportunity to shape the future. This is why the role of the India is crucial for us. We need to row in the same direction. For us, Indian could be our natural gate to Asia market, like Italy and Mediterranean area could be the natural gate for India to the European market. I wish to you all the best for a successful and productive conference. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that this day is a good day for everyone. I think that when we make business together, we must be win-win, and the future have really a good wind for your logistics system. Go together to the new world that be more connected and more business for India and for Italian and Europe. Thank you.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you so much, Your Excellency Eduardo Rixi. And I must also place on record my huge thanks to your ambassador in Delhi, Ambassador Bartoli. What a pleasure to have you and have you here. And I would not take too long because I can see the wonderful panel for the next session already there. My friend Diana is there too. But I'd love to present a small token of our appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please hear a big round of applause? I request Mr. Shashir Priyadarshi, President, Chintan Research Foundation, to please present a token of appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Eduardo Rixi. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. It's a great honor and privilege to have you here with us. Once again, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, dignitaries. All right. So moving on to our very first session. So talking about transnational connectivity. Transnational connectivity turns corridors into ecosystems, aligning ports, rails, customs, data, and green standards such that goods, capital, and ideas move seamlessly across borders. Our very first session aims to capture how this new currency converts geopolitical trust into geoeconomic value, crowding in private investment and hardwiring resilience into global supply chains. To take our discussion forward, I invite retired Vice Admiral Biswajit Das Gupta, big round of applause ladies and gentlemen, National Maritime Security Coordinator NSCS, to chair this session and set the frame for transnational connectivity as a strategic and operational imperative. In the panel, we also have Ambassador Lazar Komanescu, big round of applause ladies and gentlemen, Secretary General Black Sea Economic Cooperation, will emphasize the role of international organizations like IMF, World Trade Organization, World Bank in enabling standards, financing and governance for transnational connectivity. Can I please have you here with us, sir? Big round of applause. All right, moving on. We also have with us Mr. Pranav Chaudhary, CEO Adani Ports and SEZ, will distinguish transport corridors from economic connectivity corridors, focusing on end-to-end integration across ports, logistics, data and green standards to make projects bankable and scalable. Can we please have a big round of applause, gentlemen? Also joining us on the dais, Mr. Algis Latakis. Big round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen, Director General, Port of Klaipėda, Lithuania, who will address connectivity amid conflict and protectionism, sharing practical risk management approaches and rerouting playbooks for continuity. Also joining us on the dais, Mr. Deepak Shetty, former Secretary of Government of India and Director General Shipping, who will reflect on lessons from INSTC BRI in terms of fostering ties, return on investment and ensuring collective economic growth. Can we please have a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen? Last but not the least, joining us on the dais, Mr. Sanjay Swaroop, big round of applause, Chairman and Managing Director, Concord, will explain why connectivity corridors matter, especially now in the post-COVID landscape. Can I please hear a thunderous round of applause for all the panelists, dignitaries, everyone present here on the dais. Can I please hear it? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we now begin with our very first session.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you to CRF for having us all here, and the organizers, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to have conceptualized and conducted this kind of an interaction. While we wait for Ambassador Komanescu, whenever he hopes to join. He was actually our first speaker. But we will start off the session and we will play it as it goes. We're going to talk this morning about transportation corridors and economic corridors and the opportunities and challenges that they present to India and to the international community, to the shipping fraternity and to the logistics fraternity, the security fraternity. Everyone who is involved in making an economic corridor work. So it bears repetition that 80 to 90% of the global trade is carried over the seas, and there is no indication that it's going to be anything other than this even in the future. Maritime trade has been growing annually at about 2%, except for a couple of years in between when it fell because of various reasons. And patterns of trade are evolving, changing depending on the geopolitical situation, the security threats, the demand and supply, and various other parameters that define global trade. However, what needs to be said is that while transportation corridors and economic corridors provide a wonderful opportunity globally for economic well-being. They also come with several challenges. And these challenges range from global disruptions due to conflict, which we see across the world today, the importance of bilateral relations, various land-based transportation and sea-based transportation problems, legal and regulatory frameworks. Often regulation and legal frameworks militate against the ease of business, and therefore the more complicated a system of an economic corridor, the larger would be the challenges in making it work in the manner that was envisaged in the first place. So without going into further details and not taking more of the speaker's time, we don't have too much time. We have to conclude by a particular time because we have a minister coming in to speak to us. We have 10 minutes per speaker, gentlemen, and at the end of 8 minutes, I'll give you a short warning so that you can try and wind up over the next 2 minutes or so. So shall we move on? President CRF, is he here? Now we'll move on with the second speaker. We'll start, while we wait for Ambassador Lazar to show up, we will start with Mr. Algis. Oh, Ambassador, please come. I'm sorry I didn't. The Ambassador is here, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Welcome, So very pleased to have the panel complete here. Thank you, Ambassador, Your Excellency, for being here. Ambassador Lazar Comanescu is a very, very distinguished Romanian diplomat. He has also served as the Foreign Minister of Romania and has held many, many important diplomatic assignments internationally, including with the NATO, the Western European Union, the EU, and several other international organizations. He is going to talk to us today on the role of international organizations in transnational connectivity. Your Excellency.
Good morning, everybody, and let me start by apologizing for being late. I may have an excuse. I cannot organize myself the traffic from the hotel to here, but I'm really glad to have been able to get through and to be with you today. And I'd like, first of all, to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this conference, and specifically in this panel dedicated to a topic which has a lot to do with the organization which I have the honor to represent today, the Organization for Black Sea Economic Cooperation. Why I say it has a lot to do with my organization, if I will understand, and if it also, as the title of the panel speaks, it's about connectivity. And well, connectivity means transport, means developing way of transportation, the corridors, and one of those initiatives in this respect, which to me seems of most most interest, is the EMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. And yes, the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization is covering an area, what we call it as a wider Black Sea area, which we want it or not, one can easily realize that if this type of corridors, like the one I referred to, but others as well, the Middle Corridor, Global Gateway, BRI, and so on, for all these corridors to become operational, they cannot avoid crossing the Black Sea area, especially if we take into account the fact that on one side, the current and the future engine of the economic growth, globally speaking, is Asia Pacific, and for Europe to get connected with this region is quintessential to do it through the Black Sea area. Before saying a few words about what this organization is doing, including in terms of connectivity, allow me a couple of remarks of another more general nature. First, I would allow myself to say that despite disruptions which we witness at the global level in terms of trade chains, supply chains, and so on, despite ideas in accordance to which globalization is in shatters, or that interdependencies are diminishing. Everybody is looking for, let's say, resilience through kind of inward looking. Despite all of this, I am absolutely convinced that globalization will not disappear. On the contrary, globalization and interdependencies, economic interdependencies, will continue to grow, or even more so in an era of digitalization and information technology. So this is one point. Second point is that that means that we have to provide for connectivities. And point number three, for connectivities to be efficient, various initiatives, corridors, they have to be approached as part of a connectivity network, where each of these initiatives is mutually reinforcing. If this type of connectivity lines are developed as a kind of competing with each other, that in my opinion should not be the way to follow. Again, for me, it is extremely important that these become part of a connectivity network and mutually reinforcing, so as to allow for trade, transport to go on in the appropriate manner. And now, and this also, when I'm saying that they should not compete, well, of course, I have in mind that competition has been always the engine of progress. But that competition is an engine of progress if it is a loyal competition, a fair competition, not a competition as an instrument to control or to dominate one part or the other. Again, I'm coming as saying mutually reinforcing. This means a fair competition. That being said, just a few remarks about what this organization, which I have the honor to represent, has been doing in this respect. First of all, you have to take into account that the Black Sea Economic Organization is the Black Sea Economic Organization is an area which by itself represents an important market. It's more than 350 million inhabitants, not to speak about the potential economic development potential it has. But for that, there is need to develop infrastructure. And this is one of the priorities which this organization has been paid to a particular attention. Development of the infrastructure inside the region to provide for trade facilitation, but also develop infrastructure to connect with the other regions. And from this perspective, and from also taking into account what I have already said, this region, the Black Sea the Black Sea wider area, has become really a global hub, connectivity hub. As I said, if we want the middle corridor to be functional, it can only be functional if we link Central Asia via Caspian Sea, via the Caucasus and the Black Sea, and further on to the Danube to Europe. If we look into south-north connectivity again, and that brings me to Global Gate, that brings me to IBEC. And in this respect, well, progressively, the organization has developed some important initiatives. One of them is the so-called the motorways of the sea in the Black Sea area. And the other one is the Black Sea Ring Highway. Why? Because it's extremely important when developing connectivity initiatives. We have to take into account that it is essential to develop multimodal transportation. Otherwise, efficiency of transportation and connectivity is not the one which we expect. So this is a line of direction. Secondly, we are trying to contribute to the efforts aimed at developing connectivity in line with the requirements of climate change and in line with the requirements of environmental protection. And this is why we have been developing, and we are now about to develop a project which we call it the Clean Port Index in the Black Sea area. As a kind of a network of exchange of expertise and experience in how to adapt the development of ports around the Black Sea in line with the needs of the climate change. So these are the few elements which I want you to let you know about. In doing this, of course, we as an organization, we are not doing that just among and by ourselves. We do see that there are other organizations dealing with connectivity, and this is why it's extremely important to provide for the best possible coordination among organizations which are dealing with this type of activities. This is why we've developed a close cooperation with organizations like, first of all, the European Union, but also the Economic Commission for Europe of the United Nations, and very important, the International Transport Forum. Why I'm mentioning the ITF? Oh, just one sentence and I will conclude. The ITF, in whatever initiatives we take at the intergovernmental level, it cannot be successful if we do not involve directly the entrepreneurial communities, the business communities. And ITF is one example in how to provide this link, this close cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. And I think that this is something which deserves and needs to be maximum attention, involving the private sector, the entrepreneurial communities, not just in implementing projects, but in shaping decisions and projects that are developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I have a mic, please? Cordless mic. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your remarks. May I now request Mr. Pranav Chowdhury, CEO of Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone, India's largest port and logistics company. He is an expert on terminal management and end-to-end cargo solutions across India's maritime value chain. He is going to talk to us on transport corridors versus economic corridors, and let's hear his perspective. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Ambassador, organizers of the event, Chintan Research Foundation, Mr. Priyadarshi, my distinguished panelists sitting on the dais and the friends in the room. I think very interesting topic here, transnational connectivity. In a way, if you see, last one decade has seen a rise of India on the global power map. Apart from spend on the defense, the major force is the participation in the global trade. There is a lot of effort being made by the government of India to sign trade agreements across the world. Some are fructified, some are work in progress. Now, things like connectivity, transnational connectivity are one of the mechanisms to emerge into this global frame. The growth cannot be isolated, it has to be shared. And these connectivities, whether you talk of IMAC to the Middle East, to Europe, or to the Eastern Corridor, which is connectivity to the Russia, the two main projects which India is part of, these connectivities are only mechanisms whereby these aspirations of global growth are achieved. Now, India is very well placed here from an Adani perspective. We run largest portfolio in India. Mundra is the largest port for us. From India, we had a session here yesterday and ongoing sessions. Vadhavan port is coming up near north of Mumbai. Probably by the time IMAC materializes, we will have Vadhavan functioning. It would be one of the most modern ports in the country. And in the value chain in IMAC, we are present in Haifa. Adani operates Haifa port in Israel. So I think effort in the right direction. And as I said, the essence of international transnational connectivity is to not only provide shared growth, but also create common infrastructure where your economies of scale can be shared, where your incentives on multimodal logistics, can be shared, so that the trade takes the advantage. So you will have, you got Sanjay ji from Concord, the largest, ICD and container train operators here with us. So when you connect the hinterland with the sea and the hinterland in Middle East, or the connectivity in Middle East to the destination in Europe, imagine if the economies of scale on this movement gets passed on to the trade. It only ends up providing that delta benefit to the trade between these geographies. So I think very exciting opportunities, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pranab Chaudhary. We now have among us Mr. Algis Latakas. He is the Director General, the Port of Klaipėda in Lithuania. And he is an accomplished professional in ports, logistics, and maritime business, and has enormous experience in operations, commerce, and strategic development of the maritime sector. He will present his views on the future of these economic corridors in the era of disruptions. All yours.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Really, my name is Algis Latakas. I came quite from far place, from Klaipėda. It is Lithuania, somewhere 6,000 kilometers from Mumbai. And this time I choose plane, not the vessel. But we have to understand that now everything is, even fiber cables, electrical cables, pipelines, everything is now as a corridors to transfer goods, to transfer knowledge. But first one, what I want to say, I see at the audience, and probably there is 90% or 99% people who are Indian people, and I want to congratulate everybody of you with this one, what I had in those days being here in the Indian Maritime Week, from your Prime Minister, from ministers, from many presenters, that you have amazing strategy for the future, for maritime industry. Even such numbers that 2030 to handle 3,000 million tons of cargo, and 2047, 10,000 million tons of cargo in your ports. It is amazing numbers. All those your initiatives to make blue economy, to be a leader in a world, to achieve shipbuilding numbers, to say to be in five best countries in the world in a shipbuilding, fishery, river transporting, everything was said in your strategy. And I think when I see young people, I think that you will have very good and bright future. But you know, today everything goes around, and you can't be alone. You have to ship goods, you have to get goods. Now we are living in a global world, so we have to transfer goods from one place to another one. And in this case, we need some trading corridors. Even ancient times show us how it was important to make those routes. First one we can remember from history, it was famous Silk Way. It was established in a 2nd century before Christ, and it continues up to 16th century. And it was very, very important in a trading and cargo delivery business. If we take early modern time, it was open Suez Channel 1869. It makes very different trading inside the sea. It was open routes by the sea to the vessels to come from Asia to Europe in a best way. And 1904 was opened corridor in Trans-Siberia. So it means again to move goods from east to west as well. It become possibility by railway to do such things. And if we go further, 20th century, what we have here, we have Pan American Highway, Trans-Asian Highway. We have Transeca program, which connect Asia and Europe. We have TNT network, which is in Europe, which connect all countries by sea, by road, by railways. And if to take century 21, where we live now, we have this Belt and Road initiative made by China as well, which was a renaissance for transport corridors, for railways, pipelines, ports, and so on and so on. So transport corridors, really, they are crucial for trading, for seaborne trading, for another things, but okay, we're transporting around 80% of all goods via sea. It is a lot, but in some cases anyway, it can't be without railways and highways, because in some cases we need to save time, in some cases we need to go inside territories where there is no water. So they are important as well. So they are crucial for economy and for good wealth. And you know, it was asked me to say a few words about what it is with the corridors, what happens in this geopolitical situation. Well, we as a country are very close to the war which is happening now in Ukraine, and really we understand that some political influence on trading corridors, it is as a tool to fight against each another. And we can see as well that now happen some alternatives. First one, probably alternative, it is IMEC corridor, which is alternative to Belt and Road Initiative corridor, to reduce a bit influence of China. And another one is North Corridor, which pass Russia, from Kazakhstan to Russia and to Baltic states, Now it is alternative to have middle corridor, which goes through Caspia, through Black Sea, and so on, further to Europe. So there is changes now in those days, but it depends from geographical, geopolitical situation where you are. We as a port in Klaipėda in Lithuania, as I said, we are influenced very much from this one situation. Now North Corridor is nearly closed. We get only some few tonnage of cargos, which is not under sanctions, which the cargo is not under sanctions, the people, the companies, and so on and so on. So we can say that this one corridor is nearly closed. And in this case, we have to do a lot of things to find new ways, new corridors. So we are implementing a lot of projects, and probably main of them is to build railway from Helsinki, Finland in north, to build railway to Warsaw, to Poland. It means to get cargos from north to south. Another one is highway as well, from north to south. And I see very good possibility and good place to be and to connect IMEC corridor with our place, because the connection of this corridor could be very helpful for IMEC corridor and transition of goods. So really, I invite, and always we are speaking that this be benefit for all countries, for India, Lithuania, and other countries which are in this one corridor. And at the end, I only want to say that this one, saying what you say here, mare liberum, those principles, they are working, open sea, collaboration, communication, and changing of knowledge and experience. It is our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Latakas, for those comments. I think they're very important comments that have been made under the current situation that we have globally. We now move on to Mr. Deepak Shetty. Mr. Deepak Shetty is a former secretary to the Government of India and has extensive years of experience in the Indian Revenue Service. He was also a long time with the Indian Directorate General of Shipping, first as its additional DG and then as the DG Shipping. So he understands the Indian shipping environment in great detail. And he has also been deeply involved in the management of India's maritime commercial sector and part of several national and international initiatives related to trade and shipping, including security. Mr. Shetty, please.
Many thanks, Admiral, for those very kind and gracious words of introduction. Respected moderator, co-panelists, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, eminent invitees, the next generation seafarers that I see here turn out in very large numbers, which is a very encouraging and augurs well. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Ab initio, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to the Chintan Research Foundation, and in particular to a very distinguished civil service batchmate of mine, who's right here, Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, and also to his team for this very gracious invite extended to me to be here amidst all of you and share my thoughts for the next 10 odd minutes. I'm mindful of the guillotine. I'll keep that in mind. Let me just sort of break this into a couple of blocks as I sort of unveil my presentation. First, the first piece that I want to share with you is the immediate contemporary context, the trigger, so to speak. As you're aware, India had the G20 presidency commencing from the 1st of December 2022 up until 30th November 2023. Towards the conclusion of that, there was a New Delhi Leaders' Declaration, which was released on the 9th of September 2023, where the Honorable Prime Minister and on a consensus basis, all those who assembled as the heads of summits, the summit of the heads of states, it was resolved that the IMEC, the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, would get accelerated, and there was a commitment at a political level at the highest echelons. But the qualifier is that the IMEC was preceded, it was propounded in a G7 meeting, but I think this gained traction from then on. But let me come to the next block before I get down to the INSTC and the BRI, which is what I've been requested to shed some light. Let's look at the overall global context. I mean, it's now a given, it's a no-brainer. All of you who follow the media are completely clued to that. This is an extremely fraught, destabilized, and a very, let's say, a skewed global landscape that you see. There are several triggers to this. There's been a sort of a cataclysmic shift in the geopolitical strategic parameters, all of which are bearing down very, very adversely on the way trade is conducted globally. If that's not enough, add to this cocktail is the fact that, and I mean, let's not kid ourselves, the stark reality is that the institutional global governance structures are crumbling. You look at all the institutions, and I don't want to name and shame anyone here, all of us are privy to those names. The role that was envisaged for all of them, it's a far cry from that. So what happens is there is an increasing sense of disquiet and distrust that's creeping amongst the entire community involved in trade. Coupled with that is the multiple hotspots that you have in terms of the conflicts that are playing out. You have the piracy attacks, the drone attacks, all of which are having an extremely adverse bearing, particularly on the maritime trade and the supply chain networks. And of course, the elephant in the room, how do we miss this? The weaponization of the economic and trade policies, which is now abounding, is actually, is totally upending the entire paradigm of the connectivity that we are going to be speaking about. So at the end of the day, what the world is now looking at is try to reconfigure, rejig the supply chains and see how we can look at alternate solutions, and that's where the context of these corridors come in. What are the imperatives and what are the prerequisites for a good corridor to not only to survive, but endure on a long-term basis? You need policy certainty. That's again a no-brainer. You need multimodalism. You look at a long-term commitment, and ideally from the political leadership level, it has to be a time-bound framework, an administrative mechanism which drives all of that in a concerted way, and critically, a single window framework where there is data interchange on an electronic platform, because you have movement of goods across different national, on transnational basis, across jurisdictions. So the acceptability of the documentation, their processing, ease of doing business, reduction in logistic costs and time is extremely critical. The mutual acceptance of these documentation is again a pivot, which is a slippery slope, but I think we are going to get somewhere there. The use of the e-architecture, that's extremely important. How do we try and get onto a common platform which is data-driven, powered by artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all of those new age modern technologies that we can leverage, put that architecture in place where the documents move seamlessly, the processing happens, because without that, you still have a logjam. There's a complete bottleneck. The goods cannot move seamlessly, and I think what we are going to be speaking about is going to be very, very retrogressive. I think what is also critically relevant is we need to put in place a mechanism for a very speedy and a cost-effective dispute resolution. Because at the end of the day, when you have cross-border movements, there are bound to be disputes. Now, let's look at, of course, no offense meant to Shishir, look at the way the status in the WTO today, the dispute settlement body, the DSM, is now completely it's now literally paralyzed for the last 3 to 4 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't augur well, but at the end of the day, if you need a pivot of a good connectivity corridor, you need to be mindful that you need to position a very robust, a very transparent, and a very time-bound dispute resolution framework. Let me just look at the next few minutes on two of the generally spoken about corridors. One is the INSTC, the International North-South Transit Corridor. It was much touted. And then the other piece that I'm going to refer is the Belt and Road Initiative of China, the BRI. Now, both of these, if you look at on an empirical basis, informationally and in terms of data, they've been a mixed bag. I mean, it's like a curate's egg, good in parts, bad in parts. Much promise, but not delivered to the optimum level as was expected. Let's look at the INSTC, for instance. The INSTC was designed to provide an alternate to the Suez Canal so that you get around. And let me just park as a thought to you. Those of you who have followed the navigational trajectory in the last few years around COVID and post that, you may be perhaps aware that there was a vessel called Evergreen, which sort of tilted and got grounded in the Suez Canal in March 2021. It virtually upended for almost about 2 months, correct me if I'm wrong, the entire international trade. So that was about as opportune a time when the policy framers started looking at INSTC with greater traction to see how do we get around the Suez Canal and look at these. Now, the best case scenario was that 40% of anticipated time reductions, about 30% of cost effectiveness in contrast. There have been some shipments with Russia in June 2024 through the INSTC corridor, another shipment as recently in March 2025 through with Kazakhstan. But the challenge has been that in terms of volumes, in terms of a critical mass, this really hasn't picked up. And I think suffice to say, given the paucity of time, 3 pieces stand out. One is a lack of a cohesive administrative structure which drives the INSTC corridor on a very focused and centralized basis. There's no coordinated mechanism per se, which is looking at trying to do all these, trying to fix various issues. The second is there is lack of funding or resource availability on an institutional basis, because at the end of the day, you need money to really grease the entire movement. Now that's been a challenge because you're not looking at the IMF, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, not the standard multilateral institutions, but you're looking at alternate mechanisms. So that's been a bit of a drain. And then the lack of, let's be very candid, the lack of complete political commitment to back this concept or paradigm to the hilt. So that's the downside. But I guess as we now move into a world which is completely unsettled, you're now trying to sort of build alternate supply chain routes. Hopefully there will be better sense and greater commitment to have the INSTC take off. Let's look at very quickly, before I wind up, the Belt and Road Initiative. The general perception has been, let's look at the positives. The positives that this is intended to scale up infrastructure development on the part of China, across Africa in particular, some parts of Asia. Let's look at Sri Lanka. The intention was that mega infrastructure projects would be taken off the ground. You would have greater employment, hopefully, greater acceleration of GDP and the like. To an extent, yes, that's happened. But I think this has got dogged in a lot of humongous controversies. One, of course, the deep suspicion about China per se as a geopolitical strategic power, the lack of transparency, the complete opacity in which you have all of these projects up and running, the fact that sustainability has been at a discount because most of these were fossil fuel driven. It's only of late that China has tried to sort of reinvent the wheel by coming up with green projects, solar, wind, etc. Then the fact that the livelihoods have been impacted. Let's look at what's happening in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, I mean, not too far away, the CPEC corridor, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Much was touted of it, but it's really got grounded. I mean, there have been attacks on the Chinese. Thank you. There have been attacks on the Chinese, the functionaries on the ground. So the challenge has been for China has to get the buy-in from all the stakeholders. I think the biggest downside in the BRI has been, although the intention was that you would look at a 6 times acceleration of the GDP in these countries, but that's not really happened. But I think the challenge that China is now confronted with is the general distrust amongst the recipients of the projects under the BRI. It is leading to what is called, quote unquote, a debt trap, where the rules of the game are so skewed that the recipient, which is the sovereign nation, let's look at what happened with Hambantota port in not too far from us in Sri Lanka. Let's look at Kenya, for example. There are multiple instances where the recipient country has not been able to service those debts because they are all lopsided, and as a result, the economic assets which the BRI was expected to fund, the Chinese government has effectively taken over those assets. So, in a manner of speaking, those nations have ceded sovereignty, economic sovereignty at least, to China. And I think that's causing enormous disquiet amongst nations. And I think that is an element which is retrogressive in a sense. And to that extent, there is a setback to what we talk in terms of a corridor. So whether you look at the INSTC on the one hand or the BRI, they have been, as I said, mixed bags of results, some positives, humongous downsides. But at the end of the day, this is not to disillusionize ourselves. We need fundamentally these connectivity corridors to come in. But I think the key pivot to this is multimodalism. You need certain segments which need to move through the sea routes, then onto the land via the rail network, before they again converge onto the sea route and eventually reaching the destinations. But I think the bottom line would be for us to get our political act together, the administrative mechanisms in place so that it is driven very, very cohesively, and you also need funding sources. But all said and done, the final arbiter, the decisive element will be how do we get in place an e-architecture where all the processing of the documentation, dense as they are, driven by national sovereign laws, how do we ensure that there is a seamless movement of goods? So these are some of the challenges that we are up against, but I guess there are a lot of learnings, derivative takeaways from each of these experiments, and so hopefully the policy planners are able to incorporate that, integrate these into the larger scheme of things, and let's hope and expect that the transnational corridors of connectivity will really lead to tangible, substantive gains for both the countries who are donors as well as for recipients through the entire routes. With this, I'd like to conclude, and again reiterating my immense gratitude to the CRF and the moderator here for the time, and all of you for the patient hearing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shetty. That was very comprehensive treatment of the subject. We have a final speaker today. We have Mr. Sanjay Swarup, who is the Chairman and Managing Director of Container Corporation of India. He is a very experienced professional with more than 3 decades of experience in the railways and the logistics sector, covering national and international logistics initiatives, including green logistics. So he's going to educate us today on the need for connectivity corridors, especially in the post-COVID era. Mr. Swarup.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to express my thanks to Chintan Research Foundation for giving me an opportunity to present my views. I will be giving a completely different perspective on transnational connectivity. I will be basically talking about how transnational connectivity should be achieved through railways. That is TAR. I will be talking on Trans-Asian Railways. As we all know that during COVID-19 and due to other geopolitical factors, supply chains get strained sometimes, and then we have to have some alternate pathways, alternate supply chains, so that the movement of goods remains continuous and trade is facilitated. So in that context, TAR is a very important mode of transnational connectivity. Actually, there were 3 Trans-Asian railways which were envisaged. First one, in the next slide, I will show you all the 3 Trans-Asian railway structures. First was the Russian Trans-Siberian Rail route, which was in 1998-99. The first train was moved on this route, and since then the route is operated commercially. Second one is the Asia-Europe Continental Land Bridge, which is mostly from China, from Beijing to Hamburg. This is the most successful Trans-Asian route at present, in which a lot of containers are being moved continuously from China to Europe. Now the third Trans-Asian railway route was Asia-Europe Continental Land Bridge, which was through various countries, and India was also one of them. This unfortunately could not be operationalized fully due to various missing links and some break of gauge also. So this resulted in, this was one of the reasons of increase in logistics cost in these countries. So these are the 3 routes of Trans-Asian railways. First one, top one is the Russian one. Second one is the Chinese, which is having most traffic. And third is the that passes through various countries like Myanmar, Thailand, India, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and right up to Europe, that is Istanbul. In this third, there are a lot of breakthroughs which has happened. But before that, I would like to explain about the regional connectivity of India as far as multimodalism is concerned. On the eastern side, we have Bangladesh, in which there are 5 locations of rail connectivity. 3 are active at present: Gede Darshana, Petrapol Benapol, and Singhabad Rohanpur. Out of this, Petrapol Benapol is the most popular one, through which we have rail connection as well as road connection. North side we have Nepal, which has got 4 dry ports: Birganj, Biratnagar, Bhairava, and Kakarbhita. And out of these, one is the rail connected dry port, that is Birganj. And second, Biratnagar is also going to be connected by rail very soon. I think within maybe this financial year, we will have Biratnagar connected up by rail. Then on western side, we have Pakistan, in which rail connectivity with India is at Atari, near Amritsar, and Munabao. Out of this, Atari was a popular, rail connection, in which we used to run passenger train by the name of Samjhauta Express, but now due to various reasons, it has been stopped. So these are the 3 directions on which India is surrounded. Of course, the last south is sea. So way forward is that whatever has been done till now, demonstration run of container train has been completed between Istanbul, Tehran, and Islamabad. And from Islamabad on the eastern direction, Islamabad, Delhi, Dhaka, this demonstration run is pending. Till now, we have not been able to run container trains. Of course, from Delhi to Bangladesh, because Dhaka is on the eastern side of the river Jamna, on which there was a problem of movement of goods trains. So till Dhaka, container train was not possible, but very soon it will be also having a new rail bridge on which a container train can run up to Dhaka. So, and there is a very good container protocol which is between India and Nepal. It is already existing by the name of Rail Service Agreement. So what we can have is that structure is already there. We can have similar container interchange protocol between India and Bangladesh and India and Pakistan. Already Bangladesh Concorde trains are going up to Bangladesh. But for Pakistan, we don't have that facility till now because of the various reasons. And as far as Nepal is concerned, under rail service agreement, already there are almost 40 container trains every month which are going to Nepal from Visakhapatnam port and Kolkata port, primarily through Visakhapatnam. And apart from that, almost 20-25 railway rakes are also going to Nepal, to Birganj terminal, dry port. So around 60-65 trains every month are going from India to Nepal. So that is no issue. Already it is working. But only issue is for Pakistan and Bangladesh. So because this, if Trans-Asian Railway, this third route is started, it will be very faster and economical transit of goods. Because up to Zahedan in Iran, we have broad gauge, and from Zahedan there is a standard gauge. So, and Zahedan has got a good transshipment facility of containers. So we can have a train on broad gauge running up to Zahedan in Iran. From there it can be transshipped to standard gauge, and the containers can proceed right up to Europe. This will be a very good alternate route of transport, and which will keep the supply chain running, and it will be quite economical also, because when the containers arrive by sea to gateway ports, then for taking it up to hinterland, they have to incur additional cost in terms of either they move by rail or they move by road. Then hinterland connectivity is also an issue. But if container trains are moving in the hinterland itself, from one nation to another nation, that is eliminated, and right up to the doorstep of the shipper, the cargo can go. For this, we propose that container train may be run from Kamlapur ICD to Dhaka up to right up to Istanbul, and for that we can have some international agency like DB Shankar or some other company which can be entrusted to do this job. And we are ready to Concorde or any other entity. They can give their rakes for running a container train, and neutral entity like DB Shankar or UN Escape can be one of the another option which can coordinate the movement of container trains from one nation to another nation. We have, Concorde has got facilities near our borders. On western side, we have our very big terminal at Ludhiana, which is around 160 kilometers from Atari border. And similarly, on eastern side, we have a facility at Majerhat, which is 95 kilometers from Bangladesh border. So we already have facilities. What we can do is to give connectivity to Nepal and Sri Lanka. We can develop these as hub and spokes also. Like from Sri Lanka, we can have container move by ships up to Tuticorin port, and from Tuticorin bring a rail out up to Kolkata or Tughlakabad, Delhi or Ludhiana. Similarly, from Nepal to Kolkata, already we have a regular train running. So even Nepal, Sri Lanka, India, all traffic can be merged, and a single container train can run. So this will be like a shuttle service in between from some terminals. Maybe some containers are offloaded, some containers are loaded. So I propose that it will be a excellent route which can serve as a alternative to shipping routes, which is quite prevalent as of now. Now the transit time will also be very much minimized. Like I have presented, like from Ludhiana to Dhaka, which is around 2,000 kilometers. Okay, thank you. 2,000 kilometers. It takes a container, ocean route, it takes 24 days from Ludhiana to Dhaka. And it goes from Ludhiana to Mundra port to Chittagong to Dhaka, which is around 200 kilometers. So, but if a direct train is there from Ludhiana to Dhaka, it can take in 5 to 6 days. So 24 days will come down to 5 to 6 days. Cost-wise also it will be quite economical. Similarly, Ludhiana to Lahore, which is only around 200 kilometers, it takes 15 days via ocean. That is Ludhiana to Nhava Sheva or Mundra, then to Karachi, and from Karachi port to Lahore. Whereas if a direct train is run, it will take only 2 days. So just imagine from 15 to 2 days, and time saving as well as cost saving. So it makes a lot of sense to have a direct train service on this route. Then I wanted to touch upon the INSTC also. INSTC, as my previous speaker has very nicely elaborated all the nuances of INSTC, I just want to inform this august audience that we actually signed a service agreement with the Russian company, RZD Logistics, and for joint operation on INSTC, and in which we will take the container from India, that is from Nhava Sheva, up to Bandar Abbas or Chabahar port. And because Chabahar at present is not rail linked, Bandar Abbas is rail linked. From Bandar Abbas, RZD Logistics will take over, and they will take up to Vorsino. Vorsino is an ICD near on the outskirts of Moscow, or up to St. Petersburg also. So similarly, in the reverse direction, RZD Logistics will bring the container from Russia up to Bandar Abbas. From Bandar Abbas, we will take over and bring up to Nhava Sheva. We had a very good response to this. We had a trade meets also, but unfortunately, because of the sanctions from US on Iran ports, we were not able to, operate. We were trying to through Chabahar. Chabahar, we had to do some 200, 300 kilometers of road bridging. But now, recently, Chabahar has also come under sanctions. So we are waiting for that. When sanctions are lifted, INSTC, we are quite hopeful. It has got a very good potential, and we can have alternate route through INSTC also. Then there is India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, which has got a lot of potential. It was in 2023, the agreement was signed, for which we are looking very keenly. And as soon as it is operationalized, we will like to operate on IMEC also, and so that our containers through sea, rail, road, again sea, go right up to Europe. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I'm sorry I had to prompt you to finish. The minister who is supposed to be addressing us is already here, I understand. He is waiting in the lounge, waiting for our session to complete. So he will be here in about 7 minutes' time. So what I will do, ladies and gentlemen, is that I will not make any moderator's remarks, because all I would be saying is, aggregating whatever the speakers have said. So what I will do is I'll have 5 minutes. If we'll take a set of 3 questions. In case anybody wishes to ask a question, please raise your hand and ask a question, and we will stop exactly at 11:28. Yes, please, gentleman with the, Utkarsh. Can you give him a mic? You take one of these.
Check. Can someone please pass the mic?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hello, I'm Utkarsh from SNP Global. My question is for Mr. Deepak. Mr. Deepak, you talked about Evergreen, the small corridor, Suez Canal, which is towards the west of India, and there has been like a blockage, diversion and everything. What are your thoughts about another narrow pathway which is towards the east of India, Malacca Strait?
Malacca Strait, please, thanks.
Sorry. Malacca Straits has been an extremely crucial, economic corridor where a lot of vessels traffic all through the year, and it's been relatively seamless. But one issue which comes to my mind from my erstwhile tenure of 6 years as Additional Director General and then Director General of Shipping, is that it is extremely fraught with piracy, what we normally call as armed robbery. So vessels are typically subject to these attacks, and they are carried out on a fairly regular basis, Malaysia, Indonesia, and across Singapore as well. So that's been a major challenge for in the seamless movement, but that's more a MARSEC or a maritime security issue. But that's something that the littoral states concerned, which is all the three which I just named, their sovereign navies and coast guards, they need to get their act together. Once that assurance is there, I think things should get normalized. But it's not as if the movement has really come to a halt. But these are irritants which raise the alarm, particularly for seafarers. There is an increase in the seafaring cost. So the insurance costs tend to escalate, which means that the companies have to absorb the higher scale of costs. Some of it is borne by the insurers, but these are challenges at the end of the day which these three countries will have to figure out ways out. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one last question before we wind up. All right, thanks. I don't think there are any more questions. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to join me in a huge round of applause for the panelists.
Well, thank you so much, panelists, and a big thank you to Admiral Biswajit Dasgupta. Thank you so much, everyone, for the insightful session. I request all the panelists to please stay back on the dais, because I now invite Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, our President, Chintan Research Foundation, to please present mementos to our distinguished speakers. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our President, Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi. Once again, big thank you to all our panelists, Ambassador Lazar Kamanescu, Mr. Pranav Chaudhary, Mr. Algis Latakis, Mr. Deepak Shetty, and Mr. Sanjay Swaroop. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead, please. Round of applause. Thank you so much, each one of you. I request you all to kindly take your seats, and thank you so much, our President, Mr. Shishir. Thank you, everyone. Request you all to please take your seats and stay back with us, as you all know that the Minister is going to arrive here for a very special address. All right, once again, I request each and everyone here present to please stay back. Please, a humble request, as the Minister is going to arrive in the next 1 minute. Okay, so everyone, the minister is about to arrive in the next 1 minute. So I think I have a minute to chit chat with you. Definitely not on the topic, but I would like to ask all of you, how did you all like the sessions? Yes, no? Excellent. Someone said excellent. Wow, fantastic. So yeah, the credit goes to all our lovely panelists. So yeah, anyone who would like to speak a few words or share your knowledge or something like that? Anyone here in the house, in the room? Anyone who would like to speak a few words? All right. First, I'll introduce him. First, I'll introduce him, no? Because I have a brief about him. We have 2 minutes? All right. So what should I do, guys? Obviously, I'm not going to dive into the knowledge because I'm not the right person. But all I can do is just do a chit chat with you and, you know, pump up your energy because the energy levels were really low in the morning. There were hardly few people who even replied to my good morning in the morning. All right. So let's do a small warm-up session. Are we all up for it? Yes, no? Can I hear a loud yes from all of you? Yes, I see the energy is rising a little bit. Can I hear a bigger yes from all of you? A little louder? Fantastic. All right. So what we can do is, when I ask all of you to snap, you have to snap. Come on, let's do it. Come on, snap and show me. Everyone snap. All together. Once again, snap. All right, now when I ask you to clap, you gotta clap. Now everyone on the countdown of 3, 2, 1, you have to clap all together. 3, 2, 1, clap. Wow. A little louder again. 3, 2, 1, clap. Okay, now when I ask you to snap, snap, you have to snap, snap twice. Let's do it, come on. And when I ask you to clap, you have to clap. So it's snap, snap, clap. Let's do it now. Snap, snap, clap. Snap, snap, clap. A little louder. Can we increase our energy levels? We're going to get lunch. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get lunch, refreshments in the next few minutes. All right? Snap, snap, clap. Come on, let's do it. On my left-hand side. Snap, snap, clap. Everyone. All right. So on the countdown of 3, 2, 1. Snap, snap, clap. Snap, snap, clap. Clap. Snap, snap, clap, clap, snap, clap, snap, clap. Everyone, come on. Come on, clap, 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 snap. Wow, fantastic. So do you all feel a little energized now? Yes, no? So your yes should be like full of energy. Yes. So if one person can have a lot of energy, so the room is full of lovely people, all of you. So can I hear a louder yes? Wow, fantastic. So the minister is going to be really happy to be addressing all of you lovely people full of energy now. So many people here in the room, nobody wants to speak anything, anything regarding the topic. You would like to ask any questions. I mean, we have our seniors here, or regarding the this Maritime India Week. Anyone who would like to speak a few words, I'll get a mic to you in case. No one here? People are busy nowadays scrolling on their phones. Phones have kept them really busy. All right. So we'll just wait for the next 1 minute for our minister to arrive. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your cooperation. Please put your hands together for our Minister of State, Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakurji. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. Please, please welcome Shri Shantanu Thakur, sir. Sir, I request you to please have a seat. So talking about Sir has skillfully paired grassroots leadership with national vision, accelerating port capacity, seafarer welfare and public-private execution to modernize India's maritime ecosystem. His stewardship at the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways advances faster, cleaner logistics and deeper international connectivity, strengthening jobs along the coast and India's trade competitiveness. We are really honored to have you here with us, sir. Big round of applause, everyone, once again for Shri Shantanu Thakur, sir. All right, and now I invite our President, Chintan Research Foundation, Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, sir, to please speak a few words. Big round of applause once again.
Honorable Minister Shantanu Thakurji, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, excellencies, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this Chintan Research Foundation event on transnational connectivity, shaping future strategic ties. And it is especially a great honor to welcome our chief guest, Shri Shantanu Thakurji, Minister for State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, whose presence gives this discussion and this event both depth and direction. Minister Thakur has been at the forefront of India's efforts to transform maritime and inland connectivity, from advancing the Sagar Mala program to enhancing regional linkages through port-led development and coastal shipping. Any of you that follows him, and I do, will see his really far-sighted vision of making India not just into a maritime nation, but a maritime power. And this resonates deeply with our own objectives at CRF. At Chintan, we believe that connectivity is much more than the movement of goods. It is about the movement of ideas, opportunities, and importantly, trust across borders. It binds nations, it drives countries together, and creates harmony in what is often a divisive geopolitical world. India's leadership in initiatives such as the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, its growing engagement with ASEAN, and its investments in BIMSTEC and BBIN framework all reflect a new era. Over the next session, we shall hear thoughts and views on this, but before that, let me once again extend a very warm welcome to you, Honorable Minister. We look forward to hearing your thoughts on how India's transnational connectivity can shape not just our neighborhood, but the future architecture of global cooperation. Sir.
A very good morning to all of you. On the dais, Shri Shishir Priyadarshi ji, President CRF, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, and friends from across the world. I welcome all of you in India's Maritime Week 2025. This session is important in terms of exploring the future of connectivity framework and India's leadership in vital initiatives like IMEC and EMC. Transnational connectivity holds particular significance as the sea and oceans
bind geographics and economic together. This presence of so many distinguished international delegates, undersector, and global importance of sessions, and I am confident with it will generate forward-looking ideas and insights. As the saying goes, who rules the sea rules the world. And under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi ji, India is increasingly asserting its maritime strength in the 21st century. International corridors are replayed emerging as the backbone of global trade, connectivity, and sustainable growth. India's strategic location makes it a national connector between Asia, West Asia, Africa, Europe, and Far East. Projects such as the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, EU Global Gateway, G7, Partnership for Global Infrastructure, and the Eastern Maritime Corridor highlights the needs for inclusive, transparent, and future-ready connectivity frameworks, a vision strongly championed by the Prime Minister. Among the IMEC and EMC are particularly significant, not just for India, which anchor the both, but for the global as countries seek diversified trade and routes for reliable partners. IMEC launched at the G20 summit in New Delhi on 9 September 2023, envision a multimodal economic corridor connecting India with Europe across the Arabian Peninsula, integrating railway, ports, highway, energy network, and digital infrastructure to enhance trade and investment. Such initiatives are crucial as we envision 21st century trade networks. I am confident that these deliberation will help position India as a natural leader and convener of this inclusive, future-oriented dialogue on global connectivity. For India, which is advancing toward Viksit Bharat by 2047, land and maritime connectivity corridor across continents are key catalyst for economic growth, trade, and strategic engagement. I wish all participants every success for their important event. With that word, concluding my speech, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Once again, a big thank you, Honorable Shri Shantanu Thakur Sirji, for your guidance and for advancing India's maritime modernization agenda. So once again, a big round of applause for Sir. And I now invite our President, Chintan Research Foundation, Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, to please present a token of appreciation to Honorable Shri Shantanu Thakur Sirji. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. I now request our dignitaries to please stay back on the dais as we have a short MOU ceremony to begin. Thank you so much, dignitaries. All right. So our very first MOU exchange is between Container Corporation of India Limited and in exchange with Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. Big round of applause for railway-related coordination and consultancy on infrastructural development at the Common Rail Yard at Vadhavan Port. And with a proposed investment of approx 500 CR, I would like to invite Mr. Girish Thomas, CGM Traffic JNPA, and Mr. Sanjay Swarup, CMD Concord at the dais, please. Big round of applause. And heartfelt congratulations. And this calls for a perfect picture moment. Congratulations team, congratulations partners. All right, our next MOU exchange is between Klaipeda State Seaport Authority, MOU with Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority for mutual cooperation in port infrastructure and trade facilitation and similar activities. Big round of applause. Can I have the team on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए, please. Heartfelt congratulations to the partners. Heartfelt congratulations to the partners. I request you all to please be seated. So may this collaboration usher in new milestones for both the organizations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the partners, and big thank you once again, Honorable Shri Shantanu Thakurji. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out that time and joining us here. And it's a really honor and privilege to have you here with us. Zordar taliyan ho jaye, ladies and gentlemen. Phir se ek baar sir ke liye. Thank you so much, both of you. Once again, thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with our session 2 sharp at 12:15, and I request all the panelists of session 1 to please come on the stage for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all, the refreshments are being served, so request you all to please grab your tea and coffee. Here, on my right hand side. Next to the console. I request someone to please, at the back, to please keep the gates open. Also, I request all my guests to please grab your tea and coffee and be seated because we are about to begin with the next session shortly.
It has become so embarrassing away because the hall is empty. that's why like till the time I could come back and tell you.
You and sir also should coordinate amongst each other.
I don't know why you told me.
Yeah, firstly you should explain and I to that thing that why the table started late.
That's what I wanted to know. I didn't want to take a break. Just keep on telling me.
No, if tea would have started on time ना तो बाहर नहीं जाते वो लोग चाय के पास जाते बट वो टी स्टार्ट ही नहीं हुआ तो इसलिए वो लोग बाहर गए वो चाय का उसने लेट स्टार्ट किया व्हेन शांतनी सर वाज वॉकिंग फ्रॉम हियर ना तो वो चाय का स्टार्ट हुआ ही नहीं था
तभी तो
एग्जैक्टली
हुआ
अभी
लीडरशिप इन कौन है
वही है कैंसिल कर दो।
Can we please turn off the mic for a while? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all have had your I hope you all have had your refreshments. In case not, please grab, and we are going to begin with our next session in the next 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin with our second and the last session for the day in the next 10 minutes. I request all of you lovely people to kindly settle down so that we can begin with our second session. And once again, welcome back everyone. All right, we now begin with our second session for the day. I request everyone to kindly settle down. And someone at the back, can you please help me just close the gates? Everyone, just a humble request to please keep your cell phones on silent mode. All right. Let's begin with the second session, and for that I invite on stage Mr. Deepak Shetty to chair this session and set the frame for IMEC and EMC as engines of bankable, interoperable connectivity. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And in the panel we have Mr. Sunil Vaswani, Executive Director, Container Shipping Lines Association, will outline the IMEC concept, significance and benefits, highlighting how integrated standards can translate ambition into trade and investment flows. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Followed by Mr. Shyam Jagannath, Director General of Shipping, who will address IMAC between connectivity and conflict, focusing on regulatory security. Okay, so Mr. Shyam Jagannath will be joining us in the next 5 minutes, and followed by Mr. S. Ramakrishnan, Executive Chairman, Transworld Group, who will present a reality check on IMAC progress so far. Big round of applause. Followed by Mr. Romesh David, CEO South Asia Gateway Terminal, who will introduce the Chennai Vladivostok EMC, including its significance and estimated benefits. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Followed by Mr. Anil Devli, CEO Indian National Ship Owners Association, will speak on India's role and centrality in IMAC and EMC. I now request our moderator, Mr. Deepak Shetty, to please proceed further. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the unenviable task of being the bridesmaid, because the bride has left in a manner of speaking, and I need to sort of do the honors, but that's on a lighter vein. I'll happily shoulder, and hopefully we can solemnize the wedding at the end of the day. That said, a very warm welcome to all of you here. This is the concluding session of this piece of the India Maritime Week under the aegis of the Chintan Research Foundation. So on behalf of my distinguished colleague and a former civil service batchmate, Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, the President, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. We have a very distinguished panel which is seated in front of you. I'll briefly read out their profiles as I invite them to speak. The gentleman who is, we expect to join us very shortly, is the incumbent Director General of Shipping, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan. He's just caught up in another session on ship finance. I just spoke to him, so he'll be there with us very shortly. Be that as it may, I think you have the overall theme of this segment, where we'll be talking about essentially the Eastern Corridor, which is the India, Middle East, East Europe Economic Corridor, but the Eastern Maritime Corridor, which is from Vladivostok to Chennai. That's the segment we'll be addressing today. We have a lineup of very eminent speakers who bring the requisite heft in terms of experience and expertise to the table. So hopefully we will have their invaluable insights as they make their presentations. I did allude to in my earlier remarks in the previous session the criticality of IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, which emerged and gained traction in 2023 post the New Delhi summit of the leaders and heads of states of the G20. So what we are now going to dwell is the various strategic implications. What are the various building blocks of this part of the corridor? What are the challenges that lie ahead in terms of that, given the fact that the entire geopolitical landscape is in a state of flux, and there are all kinds of very adverse triggers at play. So how do we navigate very deftly around this? We'll have to configure that. So without further ado, I will now invite the first speaker, which would be Mr. Sunil Vaswani. He is the Executive Director of the acronym CSLA, the Container Shipping Lines Association, which is a body of around 25 of the foreign container shipping lines. And so they are a very significant presence in India. And since he is the de facto CEO, I will invite him. And may I just flag this to all the speakers that each of you has about 10 minutes. So please feel free to make your presentation. I will gently nudge you at the end of the 8th minute. And if required, I may have to apply the guillotine at the end of it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shetty. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, my fellow distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be here this afternoon to share my thoughts with this August gathering on the IMEC. It's a concept that was officially announced on the sidelines of the G20 summit in New Delhi in September 2023. It involved nations like India, the US, Saudi Arabia, Europe, with the primary goal to create a modern and efficient transportation system across several countries. The idea was also to have a strategic alternative to the traditional maritime routes. Now, while we speak about this being an alternative, as we all know, that we are living in rather uncertain times, and particularly over the last 5 years, have been particularly very disruptive. We first had the pandemic, at which we were all caught unawares, including the shipping lines, and suddenly there was this demand for additional capacity. So the lines went helter-skelter looking for the additional capacity and did provide that to the trade. And no sooner had the world settled down with the pandemic, we had the Red Sea crisis, and the Houthis struck. And when that happened, again, everything went off gear. The lines, the ships that were plying across the Suez Canal were unable to do so. And so we had to think of an alternative. And the other alternative was to sail across over the Cape of Good Hope. And when we did so, a round trip between India to Europe and back, which otherwise took 63 days with just 9 ships in operation, you suddenly had to have 13 ships with a round trip of 87 days. Again, you needed additional capacities and again redeploying ships and working out the whole itinerary, which we did. And today, the lines have, and even the trade has settled down with that service that we have. But then, we've got trade wars that have suddenly come up, and so that's what we are battling with. So amidst all this disruption that keeps happening, it's all the more important to have different alternatives in hand. And IMEC provides one such alternative, which I think the global community or at least the regional community has been right in taking this forward to an extent. It's a multimodal transportation network, as I said. And it moves over India to UAE by sea, UAE to Saudi Arabia by sea, and then by land right up to Haifa, from where again it goes over by sea to Europe. Of course, the word of caution is that all this can be successful if there's a political stability, which we hope does happen over a period of time to be able to take this logically forward. The other reason for having this was that it's an alternative to the Belt and Road Initiative offered by China. And against that, IMEC offers a transparent corridor with high standards of infrastructure and partnership. Reduced transit time is what one looks at when one looks at IMEC. But again, another word of caution that because it's multimodal, it would have multiple handling, and one hopes that that would not delay the transit time that is originally proposed to be shorter than the existing transit times. The economic integration is definitely another advantage that happens, because with so many countries together, each one gets economic advantages out of it, and the infrastructure development that happens along with that. The significances are multiple. One is the geopolitical significance, and to India in particular, and to the partner countries in general. It's a strategic counter, as I said, to the China's BRI. IMEC also offers an alternative model of infrastructure development that emphasizes transparency, high standards by promoting sustainable infrastructure, digital connectivity, labor, and environmental standards. Debt sustainability for partner nations so that they don't get tied up and lost in the debt that comes along with it. And it's a point to be noted is that IMEC's success, as I said, hinges on the normalization of ties between the countries, and in particular Israel and the Arab nations. The economic and trade significance implies that IMEC has to be a crucial and a resilient supply chain alternative. It reduces, or is meant to reduce the global economy's over-reliance on a few critical choke points. And for nations like Saudi Arabia, UAE, they can be the central hubs for global logistics and trade, thereby reducing the dependence on just being suppliers of oil. The corridor will seamlessly connect large and fast-growing consumer markets like India with the wealthy economic countries of the Gulf and the European Union. The strategic and security significance would be that the corridor bypasses the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandab, both of which were recent causes of tension that the shipping lines and the global community had to undergo. The plan is also to lay a hydrogen pipeline and electricity cables alongside the rail link, which would be critical. It also allows Europe access to green energy that would be produced by the Middle East and India. The inclusion of data cables ensures secure and resilient digital communication links between the key allies. Significance to individual partners like India, for instance, is IMEC cements India's role as a key global strategic partner and a leading economic power. It provides an alternative route to the West and deepens India's strategic engagement with the Gulf. For the Gulf nations, it transforms them essentially from exporters of oil to central nodes in the global trade and logistics. And for Europe and the US, IMEC provides an alternate and a resilient trade route that diversifies energy sources and strengthens economic security. The benefits of IMEC are immense. In an era of geopolitical tensions and supply chain shocks, IMEC provides a diversified and more secure trade route, reducing over-reliance on any single choke point. The corridor is designed to be more than just a pipeline of goods. It aims to integrate the economies of South Asia, Arabian Gulf, and Europe, boosting economic and cross-border industrial projects and economic cooperation. As highlighted earlier, IMEC is seen as a strategic response to China's Belt and Road Initiative, and it offers partner countries an alternative model for infrastructure development. IMEC also deepens ties between diverse groups of nations, fosters stability in the Middle East by tying the economic fortunes of the Gulf nations and more closely with India and Europe. For the Middle East, IMEC helps countries like the UAE and Saudi Arabia transition, as I said, into being vital hubs for trade and logistics and be more inclusive in global trade. A note of caution as far as IMEC is concerned, it's significant to note that IMEC is currently a vision and not a reality. Its ultimate success, therefore, depends on the various factors that I just touched upon earlier, and most importantly, about the stability in the region. Point number 2 is everything depends on cost and quality, and as I say, the proof of the pudding, lies in the pudding, and it all depends on how short the transit time would be, how safely cargo would be transported through the multimodal links, and how cost effective the whole transition would be. The project is currently astronomically expensive, but the good part of it is that as far as UAE and India is concerned, there has been a certain agreement on the documentation process, which is at least the first step as far as IMEC is concerned. Most importantly and finally, it is the political will that needs to sustain over the many more years to come for IMEC to take off and to be successful. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vaswani. I think that was quite crisp. Ladies and gentlemen, while we await the arrival of Mr. Shyam Jagannathan, the Director General of Shipping, with whom I've had a word, he's on his way. And meanwhile, may I invite Mr. S. Ramakrishnan, Executive Chairman of the Transfer Group of Companies, who incidentally is a Harvard Business School graduate, a recipient of the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award in 2025, and also has earned a niche place in the Forbes Middle East Top Indian Leaders. With such a distinguished background of over 30+ years in the maritime and logistics industry, it's my privilege to invite Mr. Ramakrishnan to kindly address. Over to you, Mr. Ramakrishnan. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. We've been, since this morning, hearing a lot about IMEC, AMC, so I'm not very sure that I'll be able to add too much of additional inputs. But again, the topic that has been given to me is to obviously talk about the reality check. Sunil very nicely said what's currently happening. Again, I don't think I'll be saying anything very different from what is known to most of us. Undoubtedly, the corridor is it's a need. The question is the execution. How do the geopolitical challenges stack up? How do countries cooperate? How do people think and want to have an exchange? These are all big challenges that is really facing various countries, given what we see in the last few years, starting off from COVID to the geopolitical issues, etc., etc. But let me, I did put down some thoughts. First of all, so ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it's both a honor and a privilege to stand before you today at the India Maritime Week 2025 to share my insights on the progress of the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, or in short, IMEC. This initiative represents a significant leap forward in global connectivity, reshaping the landscape of trade, energy, and digital linkages among India, the Middle East, and Europe, with robust backing from the United States. As we all know, it was launched at the 2023 G20 summit. The IMEC concept aims to integrate three critical pillars. That's the transport connectivity, energy networks, and obviously the digital infrastructure. However, as we are here today, since I have to be speaking and giving you a reality check on the progress made so far, I must say that the corridor has made only very partial progress and remains far from full realization. The connection between India and the UAE appears to be gaining momentum within the broader strategic framework. The overarching project has encountered substantial roadblocks, primarily due to persistent regional conflicts, particularly the ongoing Israel-Palestine war. The current realities are as follows. The IMEC, which was envisioned as a potential game changer for global trade, promising a remarkable 40% reduction in transit time compared to traditional routes. This would not only enhance trade efficiency, but also foster deeper economic ties among the participating nations. Here again, the anticipation is to see a 40% reduction in the cost, but with the various multimodal movements that has to be kind of used to make this a reality, I'm quite unsure whether it is going to be cost-wise competitive, it is going to be acceptable. But having said that, once you put the long corridor right up to the Europe, it is quite possible that in pieces this will start showing great momentum. For example, today, India and UAE have made commendable strides in strengthening their bilateral ties through initiatives such as virtual trade corridors, streamlined customs policies. These efforts, in fact, are pivotal in laying the groundwork for a more integrated and efficient trading environment. However, the biggest problem or the main challenge persists particularly on the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict, which complicates national cooperation amongst nations like Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, etc. The geopolitical landscape remains fraught with complexities, and as a result, the viability of the corridor is jeopardized by rising insurance costs and security risks that extend beyond the immediate region of Israel. Furthermore, key initiatives include the undersea telecom cables and rail linkages. All of these remain on hold, stalled by these geopolitical issues. While India is positioning itself to leverage its infrastructure and manufacturing capabilities, the fulfillment of this ambitious vision hinges on the restoration of peace and a mutual understanding among nations involved. In summary, as we assess the IMEC landscape as of October 2025, we see a partially realized vision. It is evident that while India and the UAE are making progress, a comprehensive realization of the IMEC project will require a concerted effort towards establishing enduring peace in the entire region. Let's not forget that this initiative represents the future of regional and global connectivity and stands as a formidable contender against China's Belt and Road Initiative. However, it is clear from my mind, from my limited perspective, that this will be a long and a very arduous journey. Thank you once again, Chintan Research Foundation, for giving me an opportunity to speak to all of you. Thank you once again for allowing me and sharing my thoughts on this very, very pivotal and an important subject. This whole project has been initiated with a lot of promise, with a lot of benefits to the kind of countries who are going to come together. But this is going to happen, but the question is how soon and when we are going to realize these dreams. It is certainly needed because we cannot have entire dependence on Suez Canal for all the ships to be transiting. We cannot end up having issues relating to other geopolitical challenges. We always need an alternative. It's not only the cargo, it's also important for the fuel, transportation, etc. Everything needs an alternative avenue through which business and cooperation between different countries can happen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramakrishnan. Before I invite the next speaker, I would like to acknowledge the gracious presence of Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, former Secretary of the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev, for being here in our midst. With that, while we still await Mr. Shyam Jagannathan's arrival, may I now invite Mr. Romesh David, if I get your name right, my apologies, the Chief Executive Officer of the Southern Asia Gateway Terminal from Sri Lanka. He's had a very distinguished 38-year career in John Keel's Holdings, where he served as President of the Transportation Group and a member of the Group Executive Committee with several vertical leadership roles. Over to you, Mr. Ramesh.
Thank you, Mr. Shetty, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the panel. I am delighted to be here. Thank you very much to the Chintan Foundation for the invitation. I must apologize that I have no pre-prepared remarks or a presentation, but I will endeavor over the next few minutes to try and create a brief overview of the Eastern Maritime Corridor and and some views on how it can impact both regional and transnational trade, given that unlike the IMEC, which is largely at this point in time conceptual and requires tremendous investment in terms of infrastructure and cooperation in terms of alliances between governments, the Eastern Maritime Corridor is an existing sea route. It is a sea route that is served by multiple forms of, by multiple shipping lines, both in container and other trades. And it is something that now needs the concept, it's not a concept, it's a reality, and the connectivity does exist between ports on the eastern seaboard of India and Vladivostok. I think I will also endeavor to, coming from Sri Lanka, weave some of what I believe a role that Sri Lanka or the Port of Colombo and the southern ports of India can play in actually linking the IMEC with the EMC, because there are obviously connotations and some advantages to that as well. Getting back to the Eastern Maritime Corridor itself, I think it is clear that the port capacity of India, particularly on its eastern coast, is quite dramatically underserved, and that there is immense potential for development of additional port capacity. Now, in the context of that additional port capacity, both in containerized and other trades, the huge potential of exports and or from Russia's eastern seaboard, and linking that connectivity in the context of India's energy requirements and in the context of Russia's availability of raw material, presents a significant opportunity. What is not also known, or what is not immediately apparent, is that there is also a potential opportunity to link with the melting of the Arctic sea ice. The Arctic Channel presents a further opportunity to expand the Eastern Maritime Corridor actually westwards, because you're taking the transit then from, instead of again doing either the Suez and the Med or the Cape of Good Hope, you're going via Vladivostok and the Arctic Channel to northern Russia or western and the West and Western Europe, which presents an opportunity that doesn't really get caught up in the mechanics of the Eastern Maritime Corridor as it is today. Coming back to what I see is a potential for Colombo and Vizhinjam today, these ports as dominantly transshipment ports that are mainly serving India and the Bay of Bengal and South India, can, with the implementation of the IMEC over the next few years, serve as a link that actually connects South and East and South India with the IMEC, and vice versa, that connects the western regions of India, or the southwest regions of India, with the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Given the fact that the IMEC envisages more than simply cargo connectivity, it also envisages pipeline connectivity for green fuel, for data, I think there is a very interesting possibility also of connecting the energy connectivity, given Sri Lanka's potential, unrealized potential for renewables that has been, that simply is latent and untapped at the moment. Just to put that in, give that some framework. Sri Lanka's onshore and offshore wind, untapped wind potential alone is estimated to be between 80 and 90 gigawatts, which is approximately 20 times, 18 to 20 times the country's own power requirement. So the natural, it is an obvious export, it is an obvious opportunity for regional investment and regional development, given India's leadership in the development of green fuels. And then it is an obvious connection to, if there are pipeline connectivity for energy that is contemplated in the IMEC, then it is an obvious connection between the east and the west of India as well. So I think these are some of the nuances of these two corridors that appear disparate at the moment, but that in reality then that can do more than simply connect the eastern seaboard of India with Russia, but also create linkages within India itself. And I think the investments, particularly over the last 2 years by Indian port companies in Sri Lanka, have greatly changed the dynamic and perception of the BRI's dominance in Sri Lanka, given the fact that there is Hambantota and also a Chinese operator in the port of Colombo. So I think the advent of Indian investment in Colombo, the advent of a mega transshipment hub in Vizhinjam have added significant impetus to also the ability to integrate both the IMEC and the EMC when the IMEC does come to pass. So with those few remarks, I apologize for the brevity of this, but I would be happy to take any questions at the end, if there is time for question and answers. So thank you very much again.
Many thanks, Mr. Romesh. I think there were a few strands which jumped out. One was the interesting, the long-haul connections with the Arctic, which I think is a nuance which not many people are aware, but those connections are imperative at some point in time when you try and reconfigure things. The second aspect which struck me was the fact that when you referred that you have a surplus of wind energy in Sri Lanka, and through the pipeline route, you could possibly, have those supplies at scale. So those are potential opportunities that could be tapped, but we'll have to wait and see. But I think thank you so much for a very insightful presentation nonetheless. Before we have the DG here, may I now invite Mr. Anil Devli, who is the Chief Executive Officer. Well, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan is there, but you can carry on, Mr. Please do. Mr. Anil Devli is the CEO of the Indian National Ship Owners Association, INSA as it is popularly known as. They have about 48 members representing Indian flag vessels. About 80% of the Indian flag tonnage is represented by them. He has had a very illustrious career in the industry, spanning almost 3 decades. An extremely knowledgeable and a very articulate person whom I've had the privilege of knowing for several years now. Over to you, Mr. Devli. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shetty, DG Saab, Dr. Ranjan, good to see you, sir, after quite a while. So a quick perspective from INSA, and sometimes one tends to miss out on the obvious. And when I was preparing for this session, I realized the centrality of India when you look at IMEC on this side of the world and the EMC on that side of the world. For once, serendipity has offered us something right into our lap, which consists of a trade corridor that somehow seems to converge into India and converge out of India, depending upon whether you're looking to say from east to west or west to the east. I think this is a golden opportunity that comes at a time when India is looking to exercise itself and its strengths in the maritime sector. This coupled with the fact that India enjoys otherwise a fairly neutral stance in the world of which is fraught with geopolitics and countries wanting to push one another aside. I think that is exceedingly important indicator how India can play a more facilitative and neutral role in movement of cargo from east to the west. What good, after all, is a corridor if one can't make great use of it for your own personal benefit? While it is important that one looks at it from an international point of view, I think as INSA and as India, we must look at what is it that we can benefit as an economy and as a nation from this convergence of corridors from the east to west and west to east. And therefore, I think it is time that we use this corridor for the purposes of creating a strong national fleet, a fleet of ships of various sizes that will need to be created not just for the purpose of IMEC and EMC, but for the purposes of managing our own cargo movement also. Since you have ships which are calling on the east coast and the west coast of India, naturally there will be a need to move cargoes or transship cargoes from the east coast of India upwards and down into the south, depending upon where these vessels do their calls. And this was not something that we see restricted only to containerized cargo, but also to the dry bulk as well as the liquid bulk cargoes that will come in onto the east coast of India. Similarly, India will need to ensure that while it creates a network of land and rail connections between the east and the west coast of India and the upper north, it will also have to ensure that it has the ability to move cargo via sea from the east coast of India to the west coast of India. Again, varying kind of vessels, varying ships, varying sizes. And this therefore throws up an opportunity for the government of India to need to pay attention to this to ensure that it promotes the growth of national flagged vessels which can then start moving this cargo and invite investment from companies who have expertise in handling of liquid bulk, chemicals, and dry bulk cargoes in addition to movement of containerized cargo. So we touched on the need to boost the sea connectivity between the east and the west coast of India. One of the other opportunities that we again see for India and for Indian companies, and of course for the others who want to come in and invest under the Indian flag, is the need for India to start engaging in getting long-term cargo contracts in terms of its energy security cargoes. Someday this whole problem of Ukraine and Russia is going to get over, and we will continue to go back to diversifying our energy security needs. At such times, if we get into long-term movements of cargoes, this will lead to investment in sufficient tanker fleet of various sizes that can carry our crude oil cargo and our gas as well as our fertilizer cargo. This is something again where the government will need to pay attention to and create necessary pockets of interest so that investment is drawn into all of this. One most important point, though comes at the very end of what I had to say, is that all of this is not going to happen if Indian ships continue to become non-competitive. It is well established that the operating a vessel under the Indian flag today costs you 19.2% more than operating a vessel under the non-Indian flag. Therefore, it is cheaper to import a shipping service into India rather than running a ship on their own. Thanks to the effort of the DG Shipping and the Ministry, the DG is piloting an effort to get 3 of these major issues resolved. It is our hope and our expectation. In fact, I had thought that just before this IMW, something will happen so that this IMW becomes an area where somebody would have declared it, but nevertheless one lives on what is going to come the week thereafter. So important to get Indian ships to become competitive, and if that is not done, we are not going to attract investment. And if we don't attract that investment, all of this cargo will be carried by non-Indian flagships, which will mean flight of capital, flight of freight, and lack of growth in India in its own maritime sector. One last point, and I think somebody, I can't remember, touched on this, is, as I grew up in the maritime sector, one of the primary things that you learn about handling cargo is to avoid multiple handling. IMEC seems to be, in that context, a set for non-workability. When I was drafting my notes, the word that came to me was not workable, but I've decided to use that word, though it may seem very strong, and I hope I'm wrong. But one is looking at today loading cargo on the west coast of India on a vessel that heads straight into Europe, and your cargo is handled only once at, say, Nhava Sheva or Mundra or Pipa or wherever you are loading it, and the vessel goes boom into a European port and discharges that cargo there if this is cargo meant for Europe. Now you are looking at taking that vessel from here into one of the ports in UAE. The cargo would then be discharged there, then it would be rehandled there, put onto a rail. That rail would then pass from UAE into Saudi Arabia. Then from Saudi Arabia, it would again be handled onto a ship. And then from that ship, it will again then get into Haifa. And then from Haifa, it will go into Europe. So many multiple handlings, my training tells me, doesn't work. But again, like I said, I'm happy to be wrong. But this is something that those who are thinking about the IMEC need to wonder whether this is ideally the best way for us to move forward on the IMEC and the EMC corridors. So these were a few thoughts that we had as the International Ship Owners Association. Of course, my thoughts are peppered with investment in the Indian flag. But that's what I have been doing for several years, and I enjoy doing that. And therefore, those comments must be seen in perspective of what I do and what my job is. Thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing, and thanks to the foundation for providing me with an opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devli. I think you pull no punches wherever you go. it is just as well. You can be as candid, and I think that makes the day. I couldn't agree with you more, given my 6 years association in the Maritime Administration, previously as Additional Director General and then as Director General, that the Indian flag, it's about as opportune a time as it gets for the Indian flag to get a major, major boost. This is no offense to the gentleman sitting to your right. The stark reality is that today, from not too distant past, where in 1988, 44% of India's EXIM cargo was carried on the back of the Indian flags, the Indian bottoms. Today we are down to just about 5.2%, and we are also coughing out close to about $85 billion as freight, and I think that's a huge cost that we pay. So when you look at these corridors in the larger context, I think you need to rewire ourselves and see, is this the right way to do it, or how do you optimize sovereign national interests? So I think this is one of the imperatives that the government needs to be looking to. So I have a very distinguished gentleman to my right as the current head of the Indian Maritime Administration. I'm sure this is being addressed suitably. With that, we now have the final speaker, but probably a very, very distinguished gentleman, my colleague, the current Director General of Shipping and Additional Secretary to the Government of India. He's from the 97 batch of the Assam Meghalaya cadre of the Indian Administrative Service. He's been around for about 2 years, Mr. Sham, in this capacity. Immediately prior to that, as Joint Secretary, he was Development Commissioner, Santa Cruz Electronic Export Processing Zone in Mumbai. With that, may I now invite Mr. Shyam Jagannathan to kindly address us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and firstly, my apologies to Deepak Pichetti sir and my co-panelists for rushing in and rushing out. But I believe that's proof that if you're really pushing the Director General of Shipping to run around and deliver, lot is happening in the maritime domain. I will attempt to show you what's exactly there, and this is extremely focused on transnational connectivity. But I will be rushing through. I'll be leaving behind the slides and the material for references so that you have a very clear idea. And pardon me, because there are other commitments since the Honorable Prime Minister also is expected shortly, and the preliminaries there are also being done. This is basically what we are talking about now, as in the imperative of transnational connectivity. So what I'm attempting to do is not just focus on the IMEC, but give you a more global perspective from basically the Indian maritime perspective. Why are we looking at transnational connectivity? Why logistics costs? And why basically a concerted and a synergistic kind of an effort to build these kind of supply logistic lines globally? We live in extremely uncertain times. Look at what happened with the blocking of the Suez Canal. You had to go all around the Cape of Good Hope. I will not tell you about the incremental costs in terms of manpower, days, and also the additional logistic cost. The same thing is happening essentially with a lot of steps being taken against vessels, some being branded, some for political reasons, Russia, Ukraine, you have Israel, Iran. In fact, in our own neighborhood, we had the Operation Sindoor, where for the first time ever, the Section 411 of the Merchant Shipping Act was invoked. I'll also tell you what risks are there globally when you invest on transnational supply logistic lifelines. Say, the IPGCL as a front invested substantially in Chabar. With what happened recently in context, and of the sanctions that are coming from OFAC and from the UK and the EU, the kind of investment that has been grounded gets subject to this kind of an adverse climate in translation. So building logistic capital assets transnationally is, to say the least, a challenge. Sustaining it, again, has its own issues. And of course, you did see the mention of Gwadar as basically what we are trying to do, and what China is trying to do is the same with what we are trying to do with essentially Viringham, again a transshipment hub, as in then Hambantota for car carriers, etc. We are now basically investing with Mazagon Dock taking a stake into the Colombo port. So all of this is happening. But the bottom line is securing your sovereign national maritime logistics interests. Please understand the Indian economy is anticipated to become the third largest economy by 2028. You are consuming and growing frantically. You're the most populous, the most diverse, also the most democratic, and also the most preferred destination for foreign investment. While we are talking about this, globally, you're also the voice of certainty internationally. Now, the IMX core pillars, I don't need to reiterate these three pillars, as in transportation, energy, and digital. These are a ubiquitous fit to anything you're doing on a logistic timeline. Costs in terms of transportation, ease in terms of basic seamless movement of your cargo across the multimodal maritime, water, road, rail connectivity, which is what is envisaged in such transnational infrastructure. This is another example of the Eastern Maritime Corridor. You're looking at the Chennai-Vladivostok. This then linked through the INSTC works also to basically the Northern Sea route. Gives you an alternate that shaves off almost close to around 3,500 odd nautical miles on a journey maritime. But then you have challenges. You're transiting through very cold seas. So polar navigation is a completely niche subject by itself. You need icebreakers. You have to ensure that your vessels don't get stuck while they're transiting, and harsher climes. This, of course, is just a tabulation. I will leave it for subsequent references. Basically, how we had seeded the INSTC and the NSR, and please understand, it's also closely linked to India's energy security in the transit that we have towards alternate fuels. Till then, as was rightly mentioned by Deepak Shetty sir, the export and the import part, when you're looking at energy security and importing, number one, on foreign flag vessels, number two, because if the situation is bad geopolitically, a foreign flag vessel will not do a direct port delivery to you coming through difficult seas. Number two, you still have to depend on a foreign flag to ensure your energy security. That paradigm needs to change. So we need to look at secure logistic routes and also sovereign control over assets that help us transport this energy input. I will not get into these because the slides and the text is mapped extensively. I will leave it for reference and debate. The only submission I will make is, if you look at the economic effect, you will understand that there are sizable investment gaps, as I mentioned. 5 billion, which is basically at certain geopolitical locations which need to be seeded. So you may have the intent to establish a corridor. It has to have a buy-in by all attempting to basically mature the infrastructure at the same time and not have lags. These are basically the synergies which are already pretty well documented. I will not spend much time on that. Please allow me to basically just highlight in this particular slide how India is geostrategically positioned. You cannot deny India's time economically, and as a nation which perhaps is the only nation with the privilege to have an ocean christened after us. You got only Indian Ocean, no other ocean is named after a country. So that also with the geopolitical location indicates where we are looking for pitching ourselves geostrategically. The second part of the presentation is more on the logistic front, a bit inward looking on the domestic side. But please understand, shipping essentially is a global supply line business. You cannot break it down. However, vessel port interface and discharges at port, and when ports are domestically connected, lowering of the cost in terms of multimodal connectivity is what we're looking at. So please indulge me. India is making a pitch globally competitively because we intend to be a global destination for investment. which returns value to the investor. As I mentioned, geographically you are a natural connector to the major continents, and there's no denying that fact. If you look at it globally, that's how you're placed, with the seas and an extended coastline. 7,500 can be strategically used, 11,000 is what we actually have. Now these are the three enablers which are there. Either you have the blue economy enablers, or you do the port-led industrialization, and of course sustainability, because if given whatever delay was there in the MEPC in the extraordinary session, once you have sustainable vessels and sustainable platforms and net zero as a reality and a compliance framework, you would be looking at the entire global tonnage going through a complete transition. And that's where green becomes very important in the next 30-35 years. India needs to become green energy surplus, number one. Number two, while you're building the entire building blocks for building in India, you need to build for non-conventionals. China, South Korea and Japan have saturated the entire shipbuilding system with what is a template that fits, but those are for conventional vessels. India can build better and faster if we focus more on hybrids and on non-conventional vessels. This is all documented. India's vision 2030 and 2047 says that the roadmap exists. It's now the milestones that need to be covered. The roadmap exists. Now coming down to the blue economy part, everyone knows 95% by trade volume is on maritime routes, and obviously 65% in terms of fiscal value. The contribution to the GDP is critical, and it will only grow. 3.5 to 4% now by various calculations will grow to around 12.5%. We may not be big in terms of tonnage, but look at what's happening with the Merchant Shipping Act, and we are tweaking everything to allow aggressive methodologies in augmenting tonnage, both Indian controlled and also looking at the possibility of an international registry. So you'll have dual flagging also coming in, exploiting low asset based expansion such as your bareboat charter demise, and these will be the way to move forward. I mentioned the modal share. If you're actually looking at China, the blue is bigger. Look at India, the blue is much smaller. And the slides would be available. I'll request the organizers to kindly, and also the foundation, to please circulate it as much as possible, because this is the Indian sovereign intent that is being put on record out here. You look at the logistics cost. See, even freight corridors dedicated, we're working on them, but we have had a late start. But now we are not yet up to cruise level. I'll give you an instance. Rail freight moves at around close to 43 kilometers per hour. You have high-speed rail corridors in China which are close to 250 kilometers plus. Road freight movement, we have trucks which are around 1/8 the size of what we believe is the size that is available in terms of carriage of freight by trucks, and at thrice the speed in, again, China. Logistics-wise, we are just at around close to 10.5–11%. Global competitive best would be lesser than 8%. So we have a long way to go, and getting the right modal split also is also an engaging and a difficult task. This, of course, is the regulatory framework. We are reworking that. The maritime single window is something which is mandated by the International Maritime Organization. This is the only interface digitally between vessels calling on ports, and this will be one universal fit across. India has a head start, one of the major 19 nations that have institutionalized this. And this is the way to go. It will allow digital twinning, it will allow just in time, it will also basically allow subsequent post-discharge of cargo on the port, mapping the logistic cost, addressing demurrages, because it all would be codified electronically and auditable. I've just given you a split of how the ports look, which are then mapped for the cargo, and this essentially is a trading activity The more effortless and seamless and value-based we provide a proposition, the better business you get at the ports. I'm also trying to show you something that I am attempting to show. Cargo is moving from major government ports to private managed ports. This augurs well for India because you have more independence and autonomy in terminal management. More private investment means higher efficacies and efficiency of deployment of capital. Vessels are also going to go bigger. You're not going to have smaller vessels except for niche coasting segments are for river sea vessels, which basically will do your upstream into the inland connectivity. However, bigger vessels, bigger, deeper draft ports would mean more cargo and more value in the hands of basically the consignee and the consignor. So connectivity readiness, I wanted to flag this as in we have taken out the coastal shipping provisions out of the Merchant Shipping Act. So no licensing necessitated. It's all gone at one go. This will now catapult coasting because 90% of our coastal vessels are Indian flag. The only thing now remaining to tweak is what Anil Deoli sir has been working for a prolonged period of time. That is the operational anomalies in taxation structures, which I think is a work on progress on the table. I believe the ecosystem as has been wanted. Much has been said at this venue and you've heard it. 4x, quadrupling of the port handling capacities, 10x as in terms of inland water carriage capacities, increase in the tonnage, 10,000 odd crores of investment every year and exponentially growing to almost 80,000 lakh crores up to 2047, creating employment while also generating value for the economy both for India and internationally. That is what this ecosystem is all about, and it has to be one fit. Simply, global corridors like the IMEC also find a mirror reflection back home in the domestic connectivity, and it has to be one seamless fit. Sagarmala is something I wanted to talk about because of the capital infusion in the sector, and I apologize if I am being too imposing in terms of material and information, but this is what I have to showcase, that Indian Maritime Administration is serious and substantial work is being done on all components to make the ecosystem fit. Sagarmala is basically on the concept of port-led prosperity and ports as engines of growth. So when you discharge at the port, connectivity from port to hinterland is being addressed. Additional quays, additional wharfs, additional jetties, additional discharge points, outer port dredging, inner port facilitation in terms of navigational port safety, all of this is basically embedded here, and multimodal connectivity. So you have evacuation by road or by rail, and it's getting better because given scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions for ports, you're now looking at going to EVs inside the buffer zone of the port, where they reduce the carbon emissions further for port operations, and renewable energy powering the entire thing. Gati Shakti is again one thing. I just wanted to show 3 case studies as in how they do basically work. Tuna Tekra is a direct offtake of what happened in Gati Shakti in terms of the logistic traffic footprint, and today it is basically emerging into one of the major container terminals in Kandla. The other is Dighi, which has a port in terms of connectivity and the value it offered emerged out of this. Green shipping is something, I'll just leave you with a thought. I'll just run through the slides and just come down to one specific thing. This contains the components of how we are decarbonizing, implying that while we grow, we don't grow irresponsibly. You address what India should as a progressive maritime leader globally. I will not implore further, and I'm extremely thankful for the opportunity provided and grateful for the very kind audience. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan. I think it was as comprehensive an overview as it could get, which sort of gives you a sneak peek into all the initiatives that are getting unveiled and I think which have a significant bearing on the theme at hand. But I think one strand which jumps out, and I just want to remark very briefly, is that at the end of the day, we need to get the entire dense regulations, documentations process in order for the IMEC and such other corridors to really be seamless. And to that end, the maritime single window formulated by the International Maritime Organization is extremely a critical pivot. If all the countries who are committed to this proposition get their act together and align themselves electronically, that's truly the way forward, other than the commitment. I'm not sure whether we have time for any questions. I believe not. I was given to understand that there's a hard stop. My sincere apologies. I would seek your indulgence. I would have much liked to have a few questions to be circulated in the panel, possibly also posed. But with that, just wanted to say that a proposition like these connectivity corridors are alternate supply chains conceptualized with the best of intentions in place, yet these are long-haul propositions. There's an enormous amount of commitment that needs to come into play, primarily political, and of course the administrative mechanisms, the fund flows that need to come in, the process and the electronic documentations in place. And above all, I think what's going to be the party pooper is going to be the entire geopolitical strategic landscape. We have sanctions, we have tariffs, and you don't know what else is in store. So we'll have how well we are able to navigate. It's anybody's guess, but with that, as we say, we're all robust optimists. We live in the hope that things will improve. But within that, I think we need to do whatever we can in ensuring that fundamentally the shipping and the logistics supply chain networks are made more resilient and future-proof, and also are able to absorb the shocks that are lying in store ahead. Thank you so much, and I think it's been my singular honor to steer this conversation. Much appreciate. Thank you to all the panelists. Please join me in giving them a round of applause, and my deepest gratitude to the Chintan Research Foundation for this honor given to me. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, all the speakers, for sharing your valuable time and expertise. And a big thank you to Mr. Deepak Shetty for leading the session. So can we have a round of applause for Sir and all the panelists present here. I now invite our President, Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, Chintan Research Foundation, to please come ahead, speak a few words, followed by the mementos to present to our panelists. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Well, let me start by thanking our MC, who's done a phenomenally great job. Thank you so much. Look, I want to thank this most eminent panel here and the eminent panel before that. Thank you so much. I think we at Chintan actually have learned a lot. And your final presentation has actually given us about 6 months of work. So thank you so much. We'll certainly do that. Look, an event like this takes a long time in the making. You know, you come and attend, we take notes, we attend, but trust me, there is a team that's been working on it for quite a few weeks. So I really want to begin my thanks to saying a big thanks to that behind the counter team, starting from, you know, ladies and gentlemen there. I won't take names, there are many of them, but I would love you to give a special round of applause to the Chintan team who did it. Also, a big thanks to the gentleman who's being referred to as the moderator for this session, because Deepak Shetty did much more than that. He's a very humble person, he's an amazingly connected person, he's a very knowledgeable person, and he acted as an advisor for us right through the entire preparation. So Deepak, a huge thanks to a dear friend and colleague. No more remarks in terms of conclusion, but to say that we really regard this as the beginning of the work that Chintan intends to do. All that Chintan feels that we need to do is put different narratives on the table, narratives that pick up the threads and strands that have been mentioned today, narrative that picks up the challenges, narratives that pick up a lot of the opportunities, and in particular, you know, there was a slide which showed where India is on different scales, starting from the turnaround time, to the number of ports, etc. But there are also certain indicators, I'm sure, which have not been there, where perhaps we are not doing as well. And I've been speaking about, containers, about shipping, tonnage registered in India, about trains, etc. So we'll do a lot of that work. But also a huge thanks to a lot of people who are here in the morning, to a lot of people who are here. So really, with those words, and a huge thanks to this wonderful panel, and we want to be in touch with you. Whether you're in India or abroad, we'll be in touch. So here, sir, gentlemen and ladies, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You guys were a wonderful audience, but I request you all to kindly stay back as we're going to begin with the next conference in the next 5 minutes.
I'll just do it, right? Good afternoon. I think we're about to begin, so if people would be so kind to find their seats. I know we have a tight schedule with the Honorable Prime Minister coming soon. So we wanna do this Denmark country session. So first of all, welcome everyone to the Denmark Partner Country Session. It's a pleasure to be here as a proud maritime nation and partner to India. I welcome on stage His Excellency Ambassador Rasmus Abildgaard Christensen, who will give the first remarks, and then we'll invite the rest of the speakers on. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Rasmus Christensen. I'm the ambassador of Denmark, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity to welcome you to the Denmark Partner Country Session during the India Maritime Week. India Maritime Week is a flagship event for the government, and we are truly proud to partner with you this week. And therefore, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this Denmark Country Partner Session. The theme of the session today is maritime efficiency, opportunities and obstacles seen from an industry and regulatory perspective. As you may know, Denmark is one of the world's oldest and most established maritime nations, with long-standing strongholds in shipping, in digitalization, in efficiency and green solution. And India is rapidly emerging as a future global maritime superpower, driven by substantial investments and also policy initiatives within shipbuilding, ports, green technologies and alternative fuels. And Denmark and India are trusted partners, particularly through the Indo-Danish Center of Excellence in Green Shipping, which is anchored under the Green Strategic Partnership between our two nations. Denmark and India are advancing bilateral maritime collaboration at both government and commercial levels. And central to this collaboration is efficiency. How we can advance it, both from a regulatory and an industrial perspective. And efficiency is not only about cost or performance, it is also about innovation, sustainability and resilience in a sector that is essential to global trade and the green transition. Today, we are privileged to have with us key stakeholders from both countries who will share their insights on how to overcome challenges and seize the opportunities within this dynamic sector. We strongly believe that a growing partnership between Danish and Indian maritime industrial stakeholders will be key to achieve the goals as outlined in the India Maritime Vision and the Amrit Kaal Vision 2047. One of the goals in this is that India wants to become among the 5th largest shipbuilding nations in the world. And Danish technologies can help make that ambition into reality. Moreover, our ship owners are also starting to invest in India. Maersk, for example, has recently announced big investments, which will come on top of their already very significant footprint in India. And we also have many other Danish companies present in India and working closely with the Indian maritime industry. And you will hear more from some of them today. And I hope that in the future we will see even more. Now I will stop here and give the floor to the Director General of Shipping from India, Mr. Shyam. So please join me in welcoming the guests here today, and Great to see you. The floor is yours.
Namaskar, I am incredibly honored to be here, and I am grateful to the Ambassador of the Royal Danish Embassy for having allowed me this privilege. Also to my counterpart, the Director General, Mr. Brian Adrian Vessel, his colleagues, and participants who are here to look at this very niche bilateral between India and Denmark. I have a brief presentation because I need to flag this with each of the participants as to how we are structuring the dialogue. And as Excellency the Ambassador had mentioned, one of the foremost global container liners, Maersk, is been here in India for more than 3 decades. They have not just operated conventional vessels, they've also flagged methanol vessels. They've also done reverse flagging of vessels, and they are regular operators. So please, why India? The India Maritime Week 2025 is all about its competitiveness, and we are giving you a global pitch which will allow partnerships to foster. All I'd briefly like to submit is India is offering stability, India is offering dependability, integrity, and the avenues and potential for every investor and partner to grow along with the Indian economic growth story. The blue economy is incredibly critical to India's growth story, and that is what the India Maritime Week 2025 is all about. It is now officially, in terms of delegate participation, one of the largest maritime event happening globally. And we have the Honorable Prime Minister, sir, leading from the very front. As I mentioned in my previous presentation to the session, the Maritime India vision, the Amrit Kal vision, it gives you stability in terms of the roadmap and the perspectives by which the nation is engaging in multiple subsectors of the maritime domain, giving clarity and allowing our partners in growth to populate and take forward things which benefit us mutually. These are the 3 things I had the privilege of discussing with His Excellency the Ambassador and also my counterpart, the Honorable Director General. And these are essentially closer to maritime functional operations as well as the maritime domain per se, improving operations, enhancing efficiency and safety solutions. I'm coming to the operation side. We have a nationally declared contribution of going net zero by 2070. It is 20 years hence after the aspirational goal of the IMO by 2050. However, India is willing to engage on a progressive basis for decarbonization, and that is where I believe more evolved maritime nations such as Denmark, we would need to take a leaf out of their books in engaging with alternate technology solutions. Maersk is a proven liner operator who has basically taken efficacies of cost and scale in operations to another level altogether. This is the Green Shipping Connect, which is showing you the various components, the 6 various sub-components of the National Green Shipping Policy, and we keenly looking forward to participation in this from all the participants who are here. Sustainability, shore power, alternate fuels, and also having ship recycling, pitching India as the foremost destination for ship recycling. Now, in Green Maritime, I have taken the liberty of listing out the cooperation that we already have. So, under the National Center for Excellence in Green Ports and Shipping, we already have an embedded partnership, and that will be built on further as we go along. The Green Voyage 2050, where India and Denmark both are partnering, as also with the alternate fuel bunkering. Digitalization. In cybersecurity, one of the standard global case studies is always what happened with Merck's in 2017 with NotPetya. Now, they are having learnings for everyone, and as we digitize, we need to be keen enough to learn from how operators such as Merck's are now securing their systems from such intrusive malware. This is the India effort on digitization, which basically showing you the 5 major components. And coming down to the operational part of the Directorate General of Shipping, the e-Samudra as a solution brings all these components so that the interface with the maritime administration is rendered end-to-end completely digital. This, of course, seafaring is something which is a very dear subject because India aspires to push from 12% of seafarers to 20%, and hence the system that we use to certify our seafarers end-to-end has to be a completely immutable and a non-ambivalent system. We've already requested my counterpart to also help us in terms of how we globally validate our certification systems so that Indian seafarers are known as global ambassadors for safety, security, and for competency. This, of course, is again on the maritime skilling. These are essentially 10 components of what we are attempting to leverage in technology in maritime skilling, and we have requested Denmark to again handhold us in how we skill and equip our young people to contribute effectively as global citizens in the maritime domain. I will not get into the details because of paucity of time. This is what we had flagged as the Indo-Danish partnership in digitalization, which is one of the pillars where we are engaging, and I would invite all the participants to also partake in this partnership, which is looking at an already established center of excellence, deepening that with capacity building, joint exercises, and as was requested to His Excellency the Ambassador, action plan which is spread over 6 months, 2 years, and then also for 5 years, so that we have a lot of aggregation and gravitation on the specific milestones as we go ahead with the partnership. Safety is paramount. Please understand the level of maritime casualty incidences and the depth of casualty analysis in Denmark under the lead of the Director General is at a higher level of evolution. They have an insular autonomous casualty investigation and accident wing, which we need to replicate in India, because as of now the Indian system is not insulated from regular maritime duties such as port state or flag state inspections, whereas casualty investigation is a near vertical that needs insulation. So as I mentioned, if you're going to anchor excellence in operations and also going to navigate safely, one partnership again which I had requested the Honorable DG Sir is something that we're very keenly looking forward to, and also looking for all participants to be a part of this partnership. Our advocacy is for safety first. We have positioned it under the Suraksha Sarva Pratham umbrella, which means anything that you do, safety should essentially be a primary prerequisite for that activity in maritime. And this is where we have requested for partnership in the maritime safety part for safe operations. You would also be aware of certain incidents that happened. For instance, there was a container carrier, Maersk's Frankfurter, that met with basically a casualty on board and a fire on board. These incidents happen, and it is only when you have cogent partnership to evolve a system that addresses this and reduces the risk thereof is when you have what is called as a healthy, fruitful, and a prosperous partnership in the future. Thank you so much. Let us grow together, and grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Excellency Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Also, a warm welcome from me. I think, first of all, we should thank the Director General, Shyam Jagannathan, for being with us. He has to leave. We're a little bit late. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for a good meeting earlier today. Looking forward to the cooperation. Give him a hand, please. Yeah, my name is Brian Vessel. I'm the Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority. Good to see so many here today. First, I thank you to our Indian partners for being here. It's a pleasure to be part of India Maritime Week as a partner country. Thank you to the speakers for coming here today. What we'll do in a short moment is to have 3 sessions, so we have a good dialogue with the company whom this is all about. This is my second time to India. I was here last year with the minister from Denmark at the Reinvest in Gujarat. Very exciting to be here, and as the ambassador already said, it's really exciting to be part of a partnership. We have this MOU and this Center of Excellence with India. The potential is so huge. The plans from India is so great. So what they want to be as a maritime nation and what we have with the experience we have, there's a huge opportunity. So simply it's just to go ahead and give priority to do the right things together. And we had good meetings these couple of days with them. But it's all about business. It's all about business to business, and that's why we're here today, to talk about that and have them also be part of that cooperation and engage in that huge potential also for Danish businesses to be part of this. Some are already, and some have more potential. So that's what we're here to do today. So without further ado, I just think we should start. As I said, we have 3 sessions. The first is with 2 different companies, and we'll start with that, and then we have 2 more sessions where we hopefully get a dialogue. You have questions, I have some questions, and they give short presentations. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Christopher Cook from Maersk on the stage, please. Yeah, you can start here, if you want to sit down, or you want to sit, yeah, you'll stand here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. And it's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm representing Maersk as the Area Managing Director for India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Maersk, as was mentioned earlier by the Honourable Minister, has had a relationship with India for actually more than 100 years. Our first vessel called in Mumbai in 1921. So we have a long and illustrious relationship with India, which we look to continue strengthening over the coming years. And we've made a number of announcements, which I'll happily talk to in terms of our overall investments in India. We employ more than 20,000 Indian nationals across our workforce, which is about 20% of total Maersk employees. So we have rich talent in and from India in our business. And we continue to grow, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So I'd like to leave more time for questions, so I won't present more than that, but I'll hand back to you, Brian. Thank you.
You stay there, I'll ask the first question. Can you put, is it on? No? Oh, turn it on. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's start. I'll ask you some questions, and anybody in the audience, if you have questions for Maersk, please go ahead. You talked about the talent and the people you recruit over here. What makes Indian talent stand out? What's your perspective of the workforce that you have from India?
Yeah, so across our workforce of the 20,000 Indian nationals that work in our company, what stands out for us is, of course, the strong education that we have here in India, particularly in the technical subjects, engineering, and so forth, which is where a lot of our forward-looking growth will emanate from. We have strong technology teams here. We have a large part of our seafarers are from the Indian subcontinent, and in fact we have a strong relationship with Amit University in Chennai, where we are supporting education there for over 25 years. and of course our ocean and logistics colleagues. So it's a lot about the education, the mobility, the agility and thinking that is really what attracts us to bring Indian colleagues, and of course India is a huge part of our global business as well. So of course it makes sense that we would have a large part of our colleagues from India.
Still on? Yeah, now it's on. Okay, as the ambassador also mentioned, you have huge investment plans in India, announced already, billions of dollars. Can you tell us anything about the timeline, the sort of the locations? What are your plans when your investments in India generally?
Thank you. So let me just set the stage. So earlier this year, Maersk made a pledge to invest $5 billion in India. And over the last few weeks, actually, we've increased that investment to $6.5 billion. And it really sits in 2 or 3 buckets. We have several existing terminal investments in India, in Pipavav and in Navasheva. And so a portion of that will go into our extension of our concession in Pipavav. We have also made an MOU to invest in Vadavan port, which we see coming in the next few years. And then more recently, and the additional investment pledge we've made is in Andhra Pradesh, where we're also looking at a port concession there. Then we have our investment in the flagging of our vessels. So we're announcing in the next few days 2 of our ships which will be flagged under the Indian flag. That's part of our belief in the growth of the maritime sector in India. And that goes alongside some ship repairs and vessel scrapping, which we also support. And then the last portion sits in our landside logistics. We have a broad network of warehouses and depots and a rail activity, and it'll be supporting the investment in those segments.
Okay, thank you. If you take a seat, we have another key speaker here as part of the first session from Larsen and Torbro, Paras Pal. If you come to the stage and present, then we can take other questions from both of you on India and the perspectives from over here. So please, Paras Pal, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for this opportunity to participate in this session. My name is Paras Pal. I head the business development for Larsen and Torbro Shipbuilding. And as many of you will be knowing that my company, Larsen and Torbro, was established by 2 Danish engineers, Mr. Henning Hock Larsen and Christopher Søren Torbro, back in 1938. So we are more than 87-year-old company, going very strong. Today we are India's largest engineering and construction company, and we have a very big shipyard on the east coast of India, around 40 kilometers north of Chennai. That is the youngest shipyard in India, established in 2012, and thereafter we have delivered almost 100 vessels in last 13-14 years, which is a record for any new shipyard. So being a greenfield facility, we have developed the layout which enables the unidirectional workflow. We have put India's largest capacity ship lift over there so that we don't get stuck with a dry dock kind of construction. So with all these new technologies and with the implementation of shipbuilding 4.0 techniques, we are delivering the ships ahead of contractual schedule to the client. And we are very positive about the capability and the scope of Danish and Indian maritime sector collaborating. There are many areas which will be beneficial for both the sides. And yesterday, in fact, in our headquarters, we have hosted some of the Danish companies, basically marine equipment manufacturer, and it was so insightful for us to really learn the kind of R&D work, the kind of green maritime technology advancements Danish companies are making. So as an Indian, I'm very much looking forward that we don't reinvent the wheel. We take those innovations along. We create, co-develop the ships which are using those technologies, which are greener, which are more efficient, and really take this collaboration forward. And I think time cannot be better than this because the government is pushing, and the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2030 and 47, I think this is the best time to really get cracking and collaborate and progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, then we're open for other questions to these two gentlemen. Anyone? Otherwise, I'll just keep doing it. Okay, Paraspal, thank you very much. It's very interesting. As we talked about earlier, and we had this discussion with the ministry also this morning, that we want to facilitate, there's a lot of Danish company in Denmark, maritime industry, ready to assist with the plans that India has on shipbuilding. We have the green maritime solutions. I think they're very strong in other countries, also in China, these companies, South Korea, Japan. Any piece of advice for them going to India now, assisting in this huge Indian project on shipbuilding?
So I think first we should talk about the demand. So as I see, you have demand coming forward from two segments. One is the naval shipbuilding. So if I can tell you the figure, in about 5 to 7 years from now, we look forward to Indian Navy and Coast Guard putting up the tenders worth about $28 billion US. And you heard it right, it is about $28 billion. Coming to commercial side, it's about $17 billion US, which will be again put up for tendering in about 7 to 10 years from now. So a lot of business opportunities there, a lot of demand is there. There are many ways we can cooperate. The Danish equipment manufacturers, they have to come here and follow the registration process and empanelment process with the Navy, and we as shipyard, certainly we can guide them to go to the right directorates, because within Navy there is a separate directorate for electrical equipment and controls, then there is a separate directorate for the propulsion, for the hull and all. So we can actually take them to the right stakeholders so that they can get listed, and when the tender comes out, their name is there. Because till the time that happens, they will not be able to get in. That is one. And of course, as a company, we will be looking forward to making European vessels for the European owners. So if the owner themselves have the maker list and Danish equipment supplier name is there, it is very easy for us to do. But from the shipyard side also, if the quality is good, timely delivery is there, we can approach the ship owner and then introduce the equipment.
Thank you very much. That's good advice. Maybe if you leave a stack of your business cards, I'll take them back home and they can reach out to you. Thank you very much. Christopher, back to you. If you had the chance, what kind of structured development or changes, if I know you have the chance, you talk to the authorities a lot over here in the ministries, but to this room, what would you, if your ambitions in India is going to be fulfilled, what does it take from India the next 5-10 years of key changes?
Thank you. And I think it's, as a relatively newcomer to India, I've been here 12 or 13 months, I think it's also important to recognize the progress that has already been made. Even in the short time span I've been here, I can see how the infrastructure is developing and moving on. And we can see that on the rail networks, in the dedicated freight corridors, and the digitization that's going on in a lot of the platforms. But I think probably the areas where we would like to see further investment, particularly in the road network, anyone that has traveled the last mile into a port or has traveled on some of the intracity movements, there's still opportunity there to improve that infrastructure. That lowers the cost of logistics, that makes it more attractive to produce in India, and that of course generates more growth. So I think that would be probably one important area, and then continued simplification, which is going on already with the digitization, but to sort of reduce the number of touch points for any business so that it's simpler to do business. Those would be a couple of the areas that I would call out as the further opportunities that India has, notwithstanding what's already been done.
Thank you very much. Paraspal, Mr. Paraspal, would you, if you see what's happening in the world, the US has plans on shipbuilding, India has plans on shipbuilding, China has a dominant position as it is. When you look across the world and see this development, from an Indian perspective. Any thoughts on that? Where do you see things going and things to be aware of down the road?
So as a shipbuilder, when we see, say, past decade, always we were not able to compete with China. For a simple reason that their marine equipment industry is very matured. They don't have to transport the equipment from, say, abroad to China. So they have certain cost advantages. And the previous shipbuilding financial assistance policy, it had reducing subsidy. So towards the end, we had only 14% subsidy, which was not enough to sort of compensate for the price differential which is there between China and India. But as the world is moving towards greener fuel, Government of India has come up with the SBFAP 2.0, under which around 25% subsidy will be given for, say, methanol powered or ammonia or hydrogen powered or green fuel powered ships. Now, this is a good, I would say, differential, which will be adding to the sort of Indian shipbuilders' advantage to compete with the foreign things. And now, last 1 year, we have been dealing with some ship owners, and we have done the costing for few projects, right from MR tankers up to the construction support vessel and also some dredgers. We are finding that if we sort of take that element of subsidy, yes, our quotes, our prices are comparable to China. So I think that's a big difference which has been happening, and that's how, in fact, a company like Larsen & Toubro, which was not there in commercial shipbuilding for last 10 years, our chairman onwards, now everybody is upbeat that we should get into this particular segment, because if you don't get in, then we'll miss the bus. So I think that same situation with most of the Indian shipyard, and you would have seen recently even the defense shipyards like Garden Reach and Majgaon Dock, they also took commercial shipbuilding orders. So I think the whole ecosystem is recognizing the potential and preparing themselves to tap this market.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think in the interest of time also, and I think we covered this well, unless there's somebody else having a question from the audience. There's one here. Can we have a mic for this gentleman, please?
Hello, my name is Mervin. I'm from Electronic Fuel Tech in Denmark. And being Indian myself, living in Denmark, this was a dream that I thought I would come at some point in life, but it's coming to fruition now, probably. I have a question for you regarding shipbuilding is a nation-building job. And I've been to a lot of presentations, but I never got any numbers of the amount of people that will be employed in this whole vision of 2047. Larsen & Toubro, having a Danish DNA, comes from a system where people are skilled, and that's the only way that shipbuilding can come on par with Japan or the Koreans and the Chinese. Is there a number on the amount of people that will be part of this whole project?
Yeah. So thank you for this question. Actually, you have touched upon the biggest, I would say, concern which all the shipyards have. If the kind of business growth we are anticipating, from where will you get the people to really build those kind of ships? And today everybody wants to do an office job in 24 degrees centigrade. Why a youngster will see a career in shipbuilding? So I think this is a big question. I think the answer lies in 2-3 things, that we have enough demographic dividend to really take people from ITI, NAPS, and those kind of places. And then under these schemes, we develop, we skill them, and then keep churning out skilled workforce. That is one part. And we have to anticipate the demand and prepare beforehand, because we also have to factor for the turnaround. People get trained, they leave, go to Gulf, go to other shipyards, and also one is that continuous training and generation of the skilled labor. Another thing where again Denmark can play a big role is the automation. So today, in Korea, if you see, or China, panels are fully automated, the construction is fully automated. So you have to only bring it, fit it. In fact, one of the visit to Korea, we found that people like Hyundai and Samsung, they are not making the blocks at their yard. They have a separate subcontractor who is only making the blocks. So these people are bringing the blocks, they are simply fitting the equipment, joining the ship and sending out. So I think going forward, we have to graduate to that level that the ecosystem actually produces with a lot of automation, digitization, and with the design element which is tweaked for the easier and faster construction. So with all these factors, I think we should be able to meet the demand.
Thank you. Very good question. I think that's key part of the discussion in the US, whether they actually have the skills and the workforce for their plans. Okay, we better stop now in the interest of time. Thank you so much for these two perspectives. Gentlemen, Christopher and Paul, thank you very much for coming. I know you have your owner coming into the town, so we'll release you also. Thank you very much. Give them a big hand, please. Okay, let's move on then to the next panel and the next session, which is about enhancing efficiency in the maritime industry. This time we'll have all four companies and people coming up to the stage. So if Captain Amit Anshu from Zero North can please come to the stage. Give him a hand, please. Mr. Mervin Lopez from Electronic Fuel Tech, you're there. And Mr. Aravind Rajan from Hempel. And Jakob Bjarkam from PowerCon, please. We'll do 4 short presentations, and then we'll take the questions from the audience or from me in that. So, Mr. Amit Anshu from Zero North, you will start. Yeah, please.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Thanks to the Excellency. Thanks to you, and thanks to Josephine also for arranging this. I would like to represent Zero North, which is a Danish company, and I was working for them in Denmark. Then they registered a company, Zero North India Private Limited, and I lead that company from here as VP and Global Head of Professional Services. I'm also a director in the same company. I would like to speak about Zero North a bit in the beginning. So it was founded in 2020, and at that time, voyage optimization was not adopted completely. We had a tough time to begin selling the product, and I can proudly say that in just about 5.5 years, close to that, we are having 5,500 ships on our platform with 230 customers, and we have reduced the carbon footprint by, in the last 3.5 years only, by almost 4 million tons. In fact, more than 4 million tons of that. We have an ARR of 40 million. Last year we generated annual recurring revenue of 40 million, and we are growing at about 38% per annum. That's the 2024 data. So with that, I'll just take your leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just begin on a lighter note before, on a personal front, I being somewhere in between an Indian and a Dane, something my children told me just before I arrived here. My daughter said, "Why are you all so loud, Mom and Dad? It's just we can't bear you all." So I think I got a feel of that when I came out on the roads here. All the noise was where I have been brought up in and taken to Denmark and put in that situation where everything is quiet, streets close down at 7 p.m. So, yeah, but that was about on a lighter side. I represent Electronic Fuel Tech. We make dual fuel systems for ammonia, for methanol, for LNG, LPG, along with Evolence engines. So MAN engines that have been on the market in the last 15 years with dual fuel systems have got our equipment that are part of the safety system And we have around 800 vessels with dual fuel LNG, around 200 vessels not in operation, but in the order book that are methanol. So the whole green fueling transition can be seen in our order book, and we can proudly say we support the whole transition by investing in research in ammonia and being part of the ecosystem along with Danish companies. And the DNA in Denmark is green, so I think I was very happy to see so many people talk green here. I've not seen it as much in Europe, although Europe is the front runner in the green, but something is happening here, and that's really impressive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mabel Lopez. And now Araman Rajan from Hempel, please.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting for this insightful discussion. Myself, Arvind, I represent Hempel. So at Hempel, we are a global leader of energy-efficient coating solutions. So we are a very innovative company. In 2013, we had a flagship innovation called Hemperguard, which is a combination of silicon and minimal biocides. So with this technology, over 5,000 vessels were applied, and up to 20% fuel savings has been benefited to our customers. Together with the fuel savings, we are able to cut the emissions as well as to comply with the industrial norms or the regulations. So at Hempel, we believe coatings is something more than a layer of coating or protection. So it has a potential to save fuel, cut emissions, and to comply with the world's evolving efficiency standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Jakob Bjarke from PowerCon.
Thank you, Brian. Very pleased to have the chance to speak to all of you. I come from a Danish company called PowerCon, but as most of you are aware, Denmark has a quite rich history when it comes to renewable energy, especially for wind turbines. That's also how PowerCon was founded in the past. For renewable energy, especially for wind turbines, you need to be very good at electrical energy conversion. So in this day and age where shore power is becoming a big thing, we saw there was a great technology match between the two. So for the past 10 years or so, PowerCon has been pioneering the industry of shore power, and this has not been an easy task because in shore power you have this chicken and egg dilemma. On one side you have all the ports and terminals saying, why should we build the infrastructure until all the ships are ready? On the other side, of course, we have the vessels. However, when it comes to all these efforts that the colleague on the stage and myself are representing, it's not a one solution fix everything. We need to contribute together. But one of these low-hanging fruits is shore power, because shore power enables ships to turn off the diesel generators while they're in port. Of course, shore power will not fix the meaningful voyage of a ship, which is being on the ocean. But when the ships are in ports, we can turn off the diesel generators and thereby completely eliminating the emissions. Of course, when we look at the future, we will see a much better energy mix on the grid. Denmark is quite fortunate in this regard. But even in a place such as India, the local production of electricity or energy on board a vessel is not as efficient as it is from a power plant. And further to this regard, when you do have local production of energy on board the vessels, well, you have the emissions locally. And the ports tend to be near the cities, and that's why we sometimes experience some quite challenging environments in close proximity to ports. So that's what the shore power tries to tackle, and I look forward to having questions here with the co-panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jakob. Okay, let's have a bit of a dialogue here with these four distinguished gentlemen. Happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I'll start. I was a bit intrigued to hear maybe that the EU has lost its front-runner position, because in India things are actually happening in the green agenda, and it clearly is. That's the sense we've had for a while, and also have being here. But let's have a discussion. Jakob, if I can start with you. You finished, I know you did some work on shore power in Copenhagen, Malmö port area. Any projects over here, significantly specific projects that you have upcoming or going to right now? And can you tell us what are the challenges you meet? What's important in this to give to the messages also to India?
Well, I'll do my best to address this. First off, let me say that that this industry is developing regional. So, as I said before, we need to have two sides to make sense. So we need to have the ports and we need to have the vessels. Due to some political initiatives, some regulations, and so on, this has been happening in different stages or different phases across different regions. So initially it was on the western side of the US coast, and then we had Europe, where we have to fit for 55 regulations. But now we are seeing political commitments in India and also other areas that were perhaps not used to be in the front runners of this green agenda, but they are today. I would prefer not to go into the specifics of the projects here, but yes, of course, we are looking very much into some groundbreaking projects in this country, and I'm sure when we have this event next year, there will be plenty of news to share, not only in one port but in multiple ports, because, as you said, Brian, there's actually commitment here, and there's a lot of willingness to commit the cost also into making this transition.
Thank you. I'm not asking you to reveal any secrets. We have to wait till next year to hear about all your specific projects. Okay, Mr. Aravind Rajan from Hempel, you've been here at large scale for years in India and has a huge presence. If you look back, any piece of advice to those emerging companies, those newcomers to India that wants to be part of these potentials that are here, that you can give to them today?
Thank you for the question, Brian. So when I look back, say like India is open to technologies, but the adoption phase is a bit slow. So it needs a bit of, say like references, or we have to really prove. Say for example, when we launched our silicon coatings, say it took almost around 5 years to commercialize it. So once it got applied, and once the customers or the owners say were able to realize that benefits in terms of how much they are saving out of it in a time period of 3 years or 5 years. So after that we saw a steep growth. So I'm sure that many of the technologies with the digitalization, it is very easy to say monitor it and come up with a very short time span, what are the benefits they are getting out of it. So that is how I think the best way to say prove and those things, say like commercialize it.
Okay, thank you. A little bit of patience also is needed. Mr. Mervyn Lopez from Electronic Fuel Tech. Maybe you can, being the company you are, can you tell us a little bit about the sort of the partnerships you have engaged in over here yeah.
Yeah, so at Electronic Fuel Tech, we mostly piggyback on main engines. That's Evelyn's. And when main engines had their first dual fuel engines, we were their partners to make their fuel valve train, gas valve train, whether it was LNG, LPG, methanol, or now it's going to be ammonia. And we have even invested in making the ammonia recirculation system and the ammonia system at the test site in Copenhagen. So the whole know-how exists in-house with us and not with Evelyn. So we become very strategic to the whole dual fuel business because it's a mandatory product. But now in the Indian context, I would put it very simple. There's already a tried and tested recipe of moving products, technologies across. I worked in this field of green technologies for 20 years now, and it's the first time India is looking very promising. It's very simple. You go where the business is. Something that is commercially possible is easily attracts suppliers, makers, transfer of technology. And this has happened here in India, that you have the first dual fuel ships being built. Yesterday I was told the first ammonia carrier, which is ammonia ready, is sailed out. So all that we as a company need to do is do the same recipe like we have done earlier. Korean yards build our systems, so we have a Korean-based company where we also do production, and we also do sales service out of Korea. Then we moved that China became the main player in the dual fuel business, so we set up a company in China and enable our products to go on the new builds. So this can be easily replicated with L&T or Cochin Shipyard, that they could be our partners to install our systems. And as the scale grows, we could grow with them. And the last part is technology sharing and the know-how that we have spent so much effort along with Maersk McKinsey and the whole Danish green ecosystem. We could share it with institutes like IIT or training people for the new fuels, wave of fuels. And the new wave of fuels, e-methanol, e-LNG, they are not here as yet, but the equipment is there available to be either designed into a vessel or to be put on a vessel. And Denmark can provide the whole gamut of equipment.
Thank you very much. Any questions out there? Otherwise, I'll ask Zero North. I know I know all the companies from back home in Denmark, but I met you with your CEO a couple of times. He was on our growth team that we did in Denmark. You're about operational efficiency, technology-driven solutions, and all of that. If you look ahead from now, then like 5-10 years, what kind of new technology-driven solutions do you foresee? What kind of picture do you see for shipping, and also specifically in India?
So that's an interesting question. I would like to take a step back before answering that question, and just highlight that even today there is a lot of value that is left on the table. By just getting the basics right, we can still do a lot. For example, in voyage and vessel optimization, we are seeing that, like I mentioned, we have seen 4 million tons of savings of CO2 in the just last 3.5 years from the time we started recording it. So, and at the moment, the shipping industry works, and majority of the shipping industry works on the fragmented data and a lot of manual processes. So I will talk about our next technology that we are embracing, take a segue from there, and then we are trying to solve these problems when we embrace the next generation of technologies. So we are spending a lot of time on generative and agentic AI, and also on the automation, which addresses these two problems. So we have seen a lot of tractions on that, and agentic AI is nothing, as you all must be aware of. On the shipping front, it is basically helping us take the right calls as fast as possible, and maybe hundreds and thousands of calls at the same time, and as accurately as possible. So we are using that to train our models and help the shipping industry in that. In the front of the automation, we take the feedback from this generative AI and agentic AI, and then take actions. Say, for example, master on board can take appropriate actions on the spot as it happens, kind of thing. So automation takes the feedback, and we take it from there. We tell the master what speed he should do, whether he should reduce the speed in order to enhance his safety, in order to enhance his owners or ship operators' time charter equivalent, which is the commercial side. So generative AI and the automation.
Yes. Not surprising, but very interesting and very worth noting. Okay, maybe a final question to all of you, and you can see who of you was most eager to answer. But I'm influenced about being London for two weeks ago, where we didn't get the global regulation on the green transition and the clear pathway for that. And now you said that India is a front runner, EU is still trying. I heard from companies ever since they still have the strategy for the transition, they still want to go there, but I've also heard from somebody on the fuel side, dropping investments, dropping projects. If you look across the four of you and what you do about energy efficiency and the green transition, do you sense that the demand is still there, the demand is there, everybody wants this, or any thoughts on that, or of the speed of things? Whether it's shore power and electricity, or whether it's energy efficiency, coding, all of it. Any reaction to where's the industry and where are the ambitions on sort of generally on the green transition?
So, well, the mic is in my hand,
yes,
so I'm the man on spot. So I'll just speak about what we see. So I think, of course, it was a heartbreaker for all the industry working in that domain, but it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. So things get deferred. We have a system which manages these things. So we have to be just patient. But of course, we at Zero North were heartbroken because of that.
Other heartbreaks or any thoughts?
Should I say something?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think I have a more realistic ground view of this, because I meet the ship owners. I met 20 ship owners in Greece, and it's very clear shipping runs on real commercial reasons. And some of these things could break a company in a year, where the fuels could be cost them out of business. So at the end of the day, everything should be with a pinch of salt. And if the fuels get provided, the equipment makers, the ship owners will invest. But it's the fuels that have to be coming, and on scale and on viable basis. So the answer is fuels.
Can I quickly answer that before you? Because I think shore power and the future fuels, they go hand in hand. And contradictory to what has recently been the beliefs, namely that as we progress and get carbon-free, zero-emission fuels, then the time for shore power is over. But I think in this we need to remember that we cannot just suck out future fuels out of the ground, or it's not raining down to us. We need to produce it. And the key component to produce future fuels is electrical energy. So actually, my answer would be to the question that as we see this green transition continue, this is done because of the environment, because of sustainability, but it's also of business, and these future fuels will be rather expensive. So I'm pretty sure that there will be a huge demand from the ship owners to have shore power when there is shore power opportunities.
Final word from Hempel.
Yeah. So today the maritime industry is working hard to bring it. Hi, hello. Yeah. So the maritime industry is working hard to bring a balance between the operational efficiency, then the coming regulations, as well as the sustainability goals. So we foresee a huge demand, say compared to like 12 years, and today how many silicon applications are happening. We can see that it has almost grown by 5 times. So if whatever fuel comes, say end of the day, say like how much fuel saves, that much money is saved by the charterer. Or the owner will be getting a better asset value for the vessels which are more efficient, or which are more having a higher fuel efficiency. So that aspect, we are seeing that the demand of the low friction coatings are increasing. So in addition to that, the agencies like RightShip, they have redefined the guidelines for changing the rating of the vessels. So now for these low friction coatings, they are ready to change the rating of the vessels without sea trials. So what they do is that, so our Hempel has developed a calculational method where the silicon effect can be added to the EVDI of the vessels. So based on that, the vessels are getting a better rating. And we can see that not only the new building vessels or the new vessels, even the older vessels, which are 20-year-old, are, say, adopting these technologies for getting a better rating or gaining a better operational efficiency from this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we're out of time, but very interesting perspective, very interesting companies. Thank you so much for coming, to all four of you. Let's give them a big hand before we go to the next session. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next session, which is about innovative and safe solutions in shipping. I'll invite all four speakers to the floor. Anders Olsen from Vibrité, Anders Viborg Christensen from DBI, Jonas Søborg Erlandsen from Bavad, he's there, and Asif Makandar from Therma in India. And we'll start with Anders Olsen to present your thoughts and your company. Please, floor's yours.
My name is Anders Olsen, as mentioned, and I'm working in the company called Vibrotech Acoustic Products. What we do is that we produce solutions, invent solutions that makes low noise, low vibration possible in ships and maritime and offshore constructions. We've been working with this field the last 30, 40 years and started mainly in marine and offshore, but we have also been working much with infrastructure products the recent year, having different business legs. Now we are into marine here in India, and what we do is that we started up the business very slowly back in 2013, but also gaining lots of experience. We increased, let's say, the activities from 17, and we started up our business with the production in Belgavi in 2020, and from 2020 we have seen a lot of, let's say, activities within defense, and now also with marine coming up as a new business legs here in India. So we are quite new for the marine in India, but we are having a lot of experience within defense and also naval applications. So this is what we do: noise, vibration, and shock solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a hand. And then next one, Anders, former employee of the Danish Maritime Authority, but now in the DBI. Please present your company and your thoughts.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Nielsen, for giving me and the Institute of the Danish Institute of Fire and Security the opportunity to be part of this panel. It's much appreciated. The Danish Institute of Fire and Security has more than 100 years of experience with handling fire and security, both on shore and at sea. We have a very strong research and development focus. And our main topic is in making the green transition more tangible, reliable, and safe. This is done mostly from our side by doing experiments on a live-scale test, both electronic tests but also physical tests, and merging them with simulations. All the knowledge we gain from these tests and simulations we have used to develop training courses for increasing the focus on hydrogen and trading in the battery for the green fuels and battery use, and we have started to make these courses available for field and operational personnel. Thank you.
Give him a hand as well. Next is Jonas Søborg Erlandsen from Bavad, Ballast Water Solutions.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll try and speak very clearly, and also you might want to listen to what when it comes to compliance as ballast water management is, it can, at this time of the day, sound to some a bit like a lullaby. So I'll make it very short. The Ballast Water Management Convention is a convention that India was one of the first signatories of, and are currently in the process of ratifying under the Port Bill of 2025 and the new Merchant Shipping Act of 2025. Ballast water management has been neglected a bit since it was authored in 2004. We deal within land-based reception facilities, which is a solution where ships can discharge non-compliant ballast water in a shore-based reception facility when they cannot no longer rely on their onboard systems. We're looking forward to work together with India in their ratification of the Ballast Water Convention and offer our take on an innovative solution to treat non-compliant ballast water so you avoid invasive species and destruction of your fisheries here in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Very important work. Smart compliance on a very important issue. Finally, please, Mr. Asif Makandar from Therma in India.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Commander Makandar and I represent Therma. Therma, for all those who don't know, Therma is more than 75 years old Danish company, and we are a 100% subsidiary located in Bangalore. Therma generally, for people who don't know, is a market leader in radars. And what we do in India, we have an entire coastal surveillance network powered by Therma radars. We have VTS in many ports powered by Therma radars. We have airports for surface movement radars, again powered by Therma radars. And lastly, and not the least, the ships, the warships are again powered by Therma radars. So radar business, as for security of ports and coastal surveillance, is our main forte in Therma. Happy to be part of the panel, and I'm happy to be taking on the questions. Thank you.
Very much. Let's give him a hand also. Okay, let's have a round of question here as well and a little bit of dialogue. Anas from the DBI, I might start with you. India is keen on the development of hydrogen. How is DBI looking at hydrogen from a safety perspective?
Thank you for a very good question. And from our view, we see hydrogen as a safe and viable energy carrier when handled correctly. And that's also our approach, is to combine practical experience, advanced modeling, and focused research to ensure that hydrogen can be integrated safely across sectors, and especially including the maritime for maritime application. So we see it as a safe carrier. Thank you.
That's a good conclusion. Thank you for that. Jonas from Bawat, your solution and you being over here, how do you, if you look 2, 3, 4 years ahead, what does good look like for you? How is it to come into the Indian? What kind of obstacles do you foresee, and what kind of potential do you foresee for your company in this part of the world?
Yeah, so it was very clear to me. First time I came here was the Green Shipping Conclave as part of Bawat. I've been here many times before, worked closely with government entities here in India, but it was very clear to me, because I was also met with skepticism from ship owners. Oh, the Ballast Water Convention is not even ratified here in India, so what are you doing here? You cannot sell us any systems because it's currently not ratified. And it was very clear I was met by this perception across the board, basically. But I engaged with the DG Shipping and the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, and I was promised that the ratification of the Ballast Water Convention was as part of the strategy, in the sustainability strategy as well. So looking forward, I'm very optimistic. That's the perception I've been given by my counterparts here in India, that within 6 to 12 months, we'll see the Ballast Water Convention ratified, and there will be an actual use case for land-based reception facilities in India. So we are ready to invest within that time horizon with the right partners.
Yeah. And do you foresee any obstacles in that? What you've experienced in India? Any advice to the Indian authorities and?
Yeah, I mean, in our line of work, because it's within compliance, the use case is only there if the authority is there to enforce the regulation. And my experience working within maritime anti-corruption here in India is that the authorities are working extremely diligent towards the Amrit Kaal vision of 2047, and with the competencies that they feel they need assistance in developing in the country, they're very happy to engage with international partners. And we have a very, from my perspective and my work with our Danish-Indo collaboration, we have, our vision and mission is very aligned. So it's been very easy to work together with enforcing with ministries here in India towards a sustainable maritime industry. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I remember having a meeting with your CEO before the summer in Denmark, and enforcement was key part of that discussion as well, also in our part of the world. So that's fair. Therma, Mr. Makandar, very different company. How do you adapt to the business landscape, and what kind of perspectives do you foresee going forward? What kind of potentials, any specific projects that you can mention on how you work and over here?
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I think as a company, we understand that we just can't be a supplier here in India. We need to be a partner. So I think that's the first thing we also understand that we have to be part of the indigenous local content requirements. We have to be part of the Make in India process and also the Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that is our first primary aim to fulfill. So that's what we are looking at as localization, trying to understand the ecosystem. So we have done in the past few programs for transfer of technology to make programs for manufacturing of radars in India. So taking that as a cue and moving forward, we are now looking at showcasing our 5000 series of radar for VTS, which we can do a dual work, which will do a VTS surface surveillance as well as drone detection, because that is the call of the day. There are a lot of ports which are being, asking for protection against drones. So these are the things which we are looking for the future. Apart from that, we are also looking at protecting the ports as for critical infrastructure protection. So these are the various aspects for protection of the ports and drone detection. That's what is the future for us.
Thank you very much. Okay, Anders and Vibrati, we heard today, but also during our meetings with the ministry about their shipbuilding plans. How do you approach that, and do you partner up with anybody? How do you go about that from your company?
Okay, I would say that the way we work is all starts with a set of specifications, and typically this is a work that is done by naval architects. So we approach much of our time the naval architects at the first step to get into the shipbuilding projects, and we do a lot of work with training. We give them, let's say, training courses to get them some understanding of the products, the solutions that we have. And finally, we see a lot of our, let's say, solutions in the specifications, which is then given to the shipyard. And then the next step for us is to work closely together with the equipment manufacturers, because normally we don't sell direct to the shipyard, but it's all products that are, let's say, implemented in pumps, compressors, gensets, pipe systems, and so forth. So we do work a lot with the equipment manufacturers. Again, meet them, give training courses, so they get an understanding of the way we work. That's the way we team up with the business partners here. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. You're still welcome to any questions you would have. Otherwise, I'll finish up with one to all of you like we did before. As I mentioned a couple of times, we have these MOUs, Center of Excellence, you can call it many nice things, with the ministry over here and the Director General of Shipping. But what the good meetings we'd had, and you met the Director General just before, it was very concrete. We want to cooperate even more closely. We want to make clear plans to help each other, and safety and innovation, protecting the environment is a key part of that. But should you give us any, and we talked about how to facilitate the business to business, but also Danish businesses coming to India very concretely. And any piece of advice for us, and anything you want us to do to assist you in the work, both from Denmark, in Denmark, but also coming over here, but also you are already placed over here. Any part of that cooperation that we can help you with, or are you just fine on your own? Is the next question. Anders, would you start?
Yeah, well, I can start. I would say that we have, let's say, got very good experience with this event, this India Maritime Week, and we have good cooperation with the foreign minister and the embassy. So, in my opinion, it gives a lot of good credit to work together with them, and they can really open doors. So, use the embassy and the staff there. That would be my good recommendation for trying to establish some partnerships here.
And that is key. We have our maritime counselor here, we have the embassy. Yeah. That is the best place to start. But also, if we can facilitate any work going forward, or other things. Anders?
Yes, thank you. Well, we certainly see ourselves as potentially a trusted partner to the Indian maritime world or realm. We are looking into projects from our own part, and the projects are often funded by international entities, and we would like to do these projects in India, develop the focus mostly on fire and explosion within hydrogen, but also making this knowledge available for the Indian maritime world in the sense of education, courses. And if I may just briefly touch up on the question you asked the previous session on the IMO, and we all had a bit of a heartache a few weeks ago watching how things ended out. I think it's important to say that because of the way it occurred in IMO, we don't have an agreement right now, there will be a need to educate people, because the reality always overtakes legislation. And right now the reality is that vessels are sailing on green fuels. We have crew members out there handling green fuels, and we need to dress them properly. And until we have an agreement, which I certainly believe we will, because as some of the other ones just said, it's only postponement, it's not cancelling. But until then, it can turn into a race of competences and knowledge. And that's where we believe we have the competence and knowledge to educate the crew members for the time being until we have proper regulation.
Thank you. Jonas, you want to comment on that?
I almost forgot part of the question there because it was a bit long, but yeah. I think I'll fall back on the MOUs you mentioned with the ministries, the DJ and whatnot. But first I'll say thank you to Josephine, Sophia and Paras for organizing and keeping us informed about the developments here locally. When it comes to the MOUs and the written agreements and whatnot you can have with DG or the ministry, then they're not a pillow to sleep on. I mean, once you have the MOU, doesn't mean that you have a free entry into the market. You still have to work. It gives you, it's an open door, it's an invitation still, but it doesn't come for free. So you still have to keep up the work, keep engaging, and be available, because things are moving so fast here in India that if you're not here when it happens, then the opportunity is just going to pass you. We see a lot of the Danish companies are doing a great work when it comes to putting investments into India, and I think some of the smaller companies can lean on that experience in order to take that first step. I mean, you can get away with investing in India. You don't have to be necessarily one of the big players such as Hempel or APMT, Maersk or Svitzer. You can do that as a smaller company if you're there when the opportunity arises.
Thank you. Final word, Mr. Makanda?
Yeah. In our line of business, we see a lot of knowledge deficit when it comes to technical know-how of radars. And I think that is where we want to have a little more face time with the end users and educate them on what's happening latest in the radar point of view. And there I think your role comes, and we are very happy to be part of the delegation where, and happy for, with Josephine and Paras, who have been very instrumental in getting some really good meetings with the end users and stakeholders. And we have had some really good days where we could actually educate and we could take the technology to their part.
Thank you very much. Josephine is key. That's one of the messages. I certainly agree to that. Okay, thank you so much. I'm afraid we're running out of time. An important guest, there's a rumor, is coming. So we should wrap it up. Thank you so much to the four of you for coming, taking the time and being part of this. Let's give them a big hand, and then just thank you to all of you for coming, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.